here. But we have a few games in the first round that actually would be interesting. Nakamura's game, Carlsen's game, and Wei Yi against MVL. So, if this ends up being slow, I will have to switch to another website. But I know the plan was for the moves to show up here live. Otherwise, I can try ICC or something like that. But we're gonna get these small issues out of the way as the show gets on the road. Oh, the moves are already played. Okay, already beginning. So first off, I guess we'll just start with the game that is on the board. Wei Yi, the Chinese prodigy. Right now, in 5 days' time, I think he'll be the strongest junior player in the world. He's 18 years old and 2,700. His rating here, 2609, that you see, is his rapid rating. And he is playing against, I think, top 5 player Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, one of the favorites in this portion. And they went straight into a Najdorf G3 and Bishop G4. I think I've played this once as white. The whole point of Bishop G4 is to provoke F3 and then you move your bishop back. So this is a bit of a quieter line for white where you really try to fianchetto the bishop and control D5. If you can control D5 and prevent black from playing it, then you can eventually place your pieces to put pressure on D6. I have a few links in the command for those new to the channel. I do want to welcome everybody who's tuning in from YouTube or Facebook or other places. I did post a bit more than normal because I would love to see some healthy numbers for what's probably the future of chess. At least a lot more tournaments are going to be like this. Speed chess, I mean. Magnus decided to play E3. For those who are unfamiliar, he likes to mess around and play random openings in speed chess. He's very capable of just outplaying people in unknown positions or relatively unknown positions. So E3, you're taught to push your pawns 2 squares up. And it still is the best move in chess, but he's an exception to the rule. So we have a bit of a reverse opening there. Although black is not playing a super aggressive setup against E3, so it's going to probably transpose to potentially a Queen's Gambit declined or some Slav variation, depending on if black goes C6. But Ganguly there, not playing super risky against Carlsen's fairly passive setup. But yeah, you're going to see common things from Carlsen like this. The one thing is, holy sh! My phone. Is that my phone? That's my tablet. I'll turn that off. All these, I think I get notifications when a YouTube video has a comment, so let me turn everything off. Totally forgot about that. There we go. Way too many messages or tweets or something. So in Rapid, most of the players are going to play normal openings because it's still 15 minutes apiece. But in Blitz, you're going to see a lot more unsound stuff being played. This isn't the game I wanted to watch. The other game to follow is Nakamura's game. So we're going to check on Nakamura, but I checked the betting lines and he was the number 2 guy, even though he has yet to win a world title. And I think we should follow Nakamura. In my personal opinion, there's a couple storylines, how Magnus is going to play after a World Championship match, and how his challengers are going to play Sergei Karyakin. Both guys might be really strong after a match that most likely improve their nerves or their sporting abilities. But Nakamura has been outshadowed by his American rivals now, and he's number 3. So not only has he fallen back significantly, he lost all of his titles, number 1 American, US champion. He also missed out on qualifying for the World Championship. And this is his domain, but he's yet to win an official title. So for him to salvage the year, winning one of these tournaments, either the Rapid or the Blitz portion, is vital because, I mean, he's actually quite a bit behind Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana on the year. And, he's not getting any younger at all to win a world title. So after a fairly unbalanced classical year, I mean, it's not now or never, but the percentage goes down every year, for sure. It really does. And we have, what do we have here? King's Indian. He's playing black against Ahmed Adli, the number 2 Egyptian player. But Naka's really been outshadowed by number 2, Fabiano Caruana, and number 3, Wesley So, who have both been playing at a far higher level than him. All of a sudden, his playground is no longer his. So we had a bit of a symmetrical here. It could have been a King's Indian. But White played the fairly tame move, d takes e5, which trades your center space advantage off, makes the position, the pawn structure more symmetrical instead of playing d5. So that's a bit of a disappointing reply, and I'm just getting used to moving that board. So it looks like I can make moves, but then I have to figure out a way to backtrack. So if we go back here, dc5, dc5, and well, Nakamura's position gave up a pawn here. Somebody tell me why he gave up a pawn. So instead of playing whether it's knight a6 or knight d7, he opted to give up a pawn, and I'm trying to figure out if he miscalculated something. Because then he immediately played rook e8, f3, stopping potential queen c6 checks. If you're not careful, your pieces become imbalanced, or uncoordinated. Knight c6, bishop f2, and I don't buy what black is selling here. Yes, you can play e5, try to be ultra aggressive, take advantage of this. I play e4. Let's say you play rook d8. I play queen c2, and a pawn is a pawn. This king is very safe with pawns on the light squares around it. The knight can never hop in. That's a full pawn. I have no idea what he's doing here. And if you do want to see the names of the players, I'm actually going to make it a bit bigger, but it is going to be on your right-hand side. So let me make that bigger. That is a good criticism, that it is a bit small. So let me make that bigger. The move times and the player names with their FIDE rapid ratings. There are 3 different rating lists in chess: Blitz, which is about 5-minute chess per person; Rapid, about 15 minutes per person; Classical, which is between an hour and a half and 2 hours per person without counting other time controls. So those are the clock times. Hello, Fight Club 1995. But guys, Naka just seems to be down a pawn here. That's a very strange way of playing. Let's check on this MVL game. How's Magnus? Okay, now these games are not updating, or what's going on? Are they not self-updating? Okay, I'm not going to touch the pieces. So in the game between Magnus and Ganguly, finally c5 was played. Again, if you play a move like c6 or those other ideas, it's just giving White a bit of a free hand that he was allowed to play an opening like this, a very flexible setup, unpunished, especially without developing the king side. So c5, cd5, knight d5. If e takes d5, I just want to say, a lot of times White will play d4 and try to play against this d5 pawn. Maybe an isolated pawn position comes up, and then White transitions to just a tame middle game where he has a slight but steady pull. Knight d5, which keeps the structure intact, trades off some pieces, but this bishop still needs to be developed. And with a move like queen c2, knight c6, h4, you see exactly what Magnus is planning. He wants to play knight g5 next move, and we have a lot of common themes in chess. For example, let's say I play b6, preparing to fianchetto this. I play knight g5, and if you take, that's why White didn't castle, because he wants to keep the rook for the h-file. Now all of a sudden mate is threatened, and with his pawn on g5, the knight can't even go back to f6 to stop mate. You have to play a move like f5, which compromises your structure completely. En passant, knight takes. You protect h7, but you have an isolated pawn, and you've lost the bishop pair. If you play this move, again, knight e4 here, and the weak dark squares are completely obvious, and just critically weak. White should just have no problem using the h-file and the dark squares here. And then one other move is if you play knight f6, so you don't want to open up the h-file, don't want to give up the bishop pair. You have to be ready to deal with a move like knight d5. Moves like this, just ideas like this. And my idea is, I'm actually just throwing a piece, but you can't take back with a knight because of mate. You can't, if you take here, I take here, and I'm still threatening mate. Just sharp lines are become possible. So h4. It's a fun little setup here. h6 has been played, but a tricky opening by Magnus, and there is poison there. I did not run an ad, so if something happened, that is automatic. I do apologize. I would only consciously run ads during breaks. But after a move like h6, now the idea is knight g5 is still sometimes played, especially online in bullet games. I see people do this all the time, hoping that their opponent forgets that there's mate. In this case, it's actually still almost playable, but a full piece is a lot more speculative. Like maybe here g6. No, g6 is a blunder. That's me blundering mate, and now there's mate on h8. But here, you could probably go f5, and even though you've made weaknesses, a piece is usually worth more than, some weaknesses around your king, unless it's mate. It's concrete. So he's not going to sack. He's not going to play knight g5, unless it was like actually winning. But that idea is sometimes playable. A cleaner version of that is on a good day, I'd like to play a3, stopping knight b4, so my queen stays here, and let's say b6, knight e4 here, and this is a much cleaner version. So that, because I've transferred this knight over, and most importantly, that frees up the bishop without having to do discoveries. So here, this would be actually quite potentially potent, this sort of attack. But that's assuming black doesn't actually get concerned about it and doesn't take more drastic measures, like playing f5 and blocking the diagonal. But h6 was played, and now knight takes c3. So that's exactly the type of move I was referring to when I said if black senses the danger, he's not going to play slow like, b6 and bishop b7. He's taking c3. You can take your threatening mate on g7, but after a move like bishop f6, you're just trading off, and black is happy to trade off as a defender and as a lower rated player. If you take with the pawn, well, you block your own bishop, and the only way to open it up afterwards is to play c4, which is just inviting this knight to jump in. So I'm not sure how he's going to take. Neither is particularly bad. This looks also maybe the most natural, with the idea of, hey, if you play bishop f6, I'm going to play g5 and at least get a bit of an initiative here. g5 with the same idea, trying to open up black's king, using the fact that this rook is on h1 still and that white hasn't committed anything. Because even this, now I might take with the queen or take with the pawn, but this bishop still needs to be developed, and I am getting ready to take and start playing moves like rook g1, and this would be considered white with white would be having the initiative there. So I'm not sure about that, but I love the opening choice. It's refreshing. You can get he's not playing something standard. He's not castling, and he can get some nice. He can get rewarded in some of these variations for this more obscure opening choice. Naka's game. Let's check on Naka's game. Oh, that's Nepomniachtchi. That's another favorite. But that's not actually Naka's game. That's Magnus. And this is Naka. I mean, I don't know what to say, except that it looks like he has jet lag. Because he's down a pawn here against a much lower rated player. But the way he blundered the pawn was elementary. He doesn't blunder pawns like that against me in bullet chess. The pawn that was hung on move 12, bishop c5. But we see what happened afterwards. Yeah, white has managed to trade off another piece. He's played the last move. The last move he played is a little strange, because I'm trying to figure out, can you take this? And if you can take it, why did he offer his pawn advantage? And the only thing I can say is I believe white's idea is probably to play queen c4, forcing the queens off. And then he's going to use this knight, jump into to b6, or keep it there, but control the position. and play rook d7 next move, no matter what. So for example, rook d8, rook d7, and use activity. So give the pawn back for the initiative, but it's not necessary. What black's position wasn't really threatening. And this position, it's still not completely clear what you can do. I can play a move like king f8. You still can't take on b7 because of d1 hanging. But I'm not sure why you hang the pawn. There's not even a threat. I mean, when I mean there's not even a threat, I could play queen a4, play b3, reroute this knight, and try to trade. And I'm going to... Not only is that a pawn, that's the queenside majority. So it's like both players are a bit out of it. For sure, Naka just hung upon that he would lose to many people because of he could still lose this game as a result. I don't know, but a very bizarre thing that we have c5 now. Take here. You can go here. The reason I didn't like this move is I wasn't sure. I thought moves like knight b4 would be very threatening, although now I start to realize that this might be more in line with what white wants to do. I think that has more in line to do with it. For example, queen a2, knight c4, the queen can't get out. And if you play a move like here, all of a sudden I've improved my queen, I've centralized it. This queen is still out of play. If you go queen b3, run knight a5, you can't go queen a4 because of knight b6. All of a sudden in this position, I start to realize that white is dominating black. The centralized queen, the well-placed knight, the rook is going to penetrate, and you can't really lash out with moves like f5 yet. I still have this queen e6 check, which should save me and weaken black's position a lot. So I think that was the idea, and that's why Naka didn't take, because of not the queen c4, but knight c4, and it takes a long time for that queen to get out. And the game of Magnus against Ganguly, he took here. One of the benefits of this move is it doesn't trade off as many pieces. e5, a bit drastic, but he wanted to free this bishop up in one move. A move like bishop d7, developing the bishop, unfortunately still doesn't do anything there, so it's just developing for the sake of development instead of having a much more natural square like e5 and bishop e6, where it doesn't block the d file. Well, actually after e5 it also just hits g4. But e5, g5, I like his position. I like Magnus's position. If bishop g4, I play just bishop e2, I just defend it, because this is never really a hanging pawn. And if a move like h5 now, trying to close off the king side, I mean, I can't play g6 maybe yet. Maybe it's ambitious. Maybe black will play f5. But even with my king in this, yeah, like this might be a likely variation. Bishop g4, bishop e2, and h5. But instead he played h5 right away. And I'm not so sure about that, because now if you play bishop g4, instead of putting my bishop on that passive square like e2, I might be considering moves like queen e4. And the f pawn is pinned, so you can't play f5. Now I'm threatening e5. Now I'm threatening g6 because I've defended my knight. So I'm threatening g6 using diagonal. If you play knight a5, this pawn is hanging. I don't like that move order by black. Now, because now g6 is a threat. And queen e4 seems to be a very, very good square, unless the f5 pawn, black can play f7 to f5 at some point. But that's not going to be easy to achieve. Magnus has a very good position. In this position here, how is Naka doing? Let's see how the current position is. Oh, he played bishop h6 first. White played f4 to block, and now he took. So we saw knight c4, the same idea I ended up figuring out. Yeah, queen c4 just not enough. Trying to keep black's queen out of the game. And now rook d7 first instead of queen e4. I guess queen e4 isn't important because I want to wait for knight b4 before playing queen e4, because as it is, the queen on c2 controls black's queen. I don't know what to say though, because this position is just very unpleasant for black. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Naka lose this game. Now he's played b5, which gives white a protected passed pawn. His queen is still out of play. So after a move like knight b6, I play queen e4 next move. I don't care where this rook moves. Let's say you move rook b8. I play queen e4. I don't understand. What move is there for black here? The only move I see almost is queen e6. That would be a very depressing move to make. Guys, I'm not going to be covering like 5 games per round or something, so we're going to have to see how things go, but most people can't follow too many games at once, especially that a couple of these games are already in the critical phase where one player might end up being lost. I'm going to be checking a lot of top players in general, but in the first round I'll just start off with some of the favorites, especially because these games are pretty sharp. But this position looks bad. Somebody in the chat is saying they've agreed to a draw, which the only thing I can think of is Naka realizing he's lost, realizing he's Naka and he's higher rated, offering a draw in a lost position. So if that's the case, that's the logic of why it happened. What engine do I use? I'm not using engine right now, but if I were to use an engine for preparing for my chess tournaments, I think Stockfish and Houdini are the ones I have on my computer. Back to the game of Magnus. So yeah, I'll do 2 or 3 games in the rapid portion for now, and we can see how people react. I'll want to get in Vishy's games and Aronian's games, so we'll mix it up. I'll speak to you guys, we'll see what to do. So bishop c4, bishop e6 was played. Okay, if bishop e6 has to be played, this is clearly a very successful opening for white. Without a doubt, he puts it, but this ugly pawn structure, the fact that white, we can just explain the opening easily. White managed to avoid castling, avoid doing a lot of things you're supposed to do in the opening, and he didn't go punished at all. He still has the initiative, he has the better structure, he has double the time, you see 9 minutes to 4. That just explains how the opening has gone for black. He's put up 0 counterplay, and he's just defending. Guys, I have a link to the official stream where they have the camera views. Naka's game is drawn. That just shows you how bad his position was. That he felt he had to offer a draw there, otherwise his opponent will eventually realize he's winning and not take a draw. So a very, very good strategical draw offer, because that position is disgusting. And in a rapid game, I would even expect myself to have good chances against Naka in that sort of position. So here, black continues with the narrative, as Peter would say, of producing the worst pawn structure possible. There seems to be a consistency here in getting as ugly of a position as possible. He's just taken on a4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 extremely vulnerable pawns there. Doesn't add to black's position, that his bishop is on a dark square. Just ugly. Just ugly as it gets. But it doesn't feel nice as a professional player who's, that's my rapid rating is 2635, so almost identical. To get this position against the first move e3, that just doesn't feel good. It feels bad. I was gonna say feels bad, man, but that's how it goes. So I think part of that is psychological pressure. You're playing against Magnus. You know the move's not great, but you know Magnus can handle it, so you don't try to punish him. That is a poor position. It is official. Naka's game with Adley is officially the draw, and this position is brutal. I do not know why a draw was agreed upon, because I think it only takes, but why was it strategical? Because black is one move away from, or white is one move away from, to my eyes, realizing how good his position is. If you move this rook anywhere, whether it's d8 or b8, I play queen e4, and I don't imagine that white would accept a draw in this position. Naka played a very brash... Oh, no, I'm wrong. Never mind. I'm completely... What? He fell for a draw. Okay, we missed some moves. No, that the board just didn't update. My bad. Rook d8 was played. Instead of a move like queen e4, which seems very natural to me because I don't know where this knight can go. Knight b6. They traded. And somehow... Oh, okay. He allowed a perpetual. He blundered. He played queen c8, trying to play knight d8, instead of playing the probably more precise queen c6. Okay. This was the draw that Naka blundered. Queen e4 check. It's not even a forced draw, because I can go king here. Although black has 3 pawns. If king back, that's the draw. If king here, this could be annoying. Or actually this check as well. But, okay, that game was not good, and Adley should have won that. I'll go back to the game between Carlsen and Grishuk. Let me clear up the boards a little bit there. But Carlsen now is up 3 minutes. Position still looks really good. He's finally put his king on e2. By the way, thanks to Christian Soul for that. I haven't seen you in a while, but thanks for that bit donation. This position has a little bit of poison. So even though black is lost if they enter an endgame, so Magnus would love to have an endgame, he cannot rush it. So I just want to give an example. Let's say you play rook b1. Assuming the b file, I play queen a6. You'd love to play rook b5. But rook b5 runs into knight a7. You'd love to play queen c4, but it runs into rook d2 check, and the queen falls. You'd love to play knight c4, but you all of a sudden run into knight d4 check. And then, you know, we've all been there. You have such a beautiful looking position. You miss one detail and everything collapses tactically, not aesthetically. So there is a bit of poison here. If knight c4 first, I play rook d8. You cannot take because I take backhand and fork. There are some scary variations here as the game gets into, you know, deeper territory. Putting this rook here is very, very nice because of all those variations. The reason it's not long lasting is because I can always play c4 and kick it out. But c4 takes away what would otherwise be a great square for white's knight, because it not only positions itself on a light square, which means it's not vulnerable almost at all. Besides the queen, it can't be attacked. It attacks 2 of black's weakest pawns permanently, so black will always be on the defensive. So if you play c4, you are conceding that. But there are ways to blunder, and Magnus does blunder in this time control. Everyone blunders when the time gets low, and that's coming very quickly as he has 6 minutes and black has 3 minutes. And he's played c4. He's played c4 precisely because of those variations where the queen goes to a6. And queen a6 was played anyways, pinning the pawn. But that was the reason. I wouldn't be surprised here to see maybe rook b1 with the idea of trying to play rook b5 and block that queen. Because the king here, I mean, what you do with the king, you can move it back to e1, but then you just moved it to e2. It feels like black improved more than white there. So Ganguly, I've played him before. He's beaten me. But, you know, as his position got worse, he's now found an extra win and found some good moves once his positions become bad. He's buckled down and he's looking for tactics and trying to... he's not going down without a fight. How about f4 in Carlsen's game? You probably want to trade off more pieces before opening up around the king. Although right now right now you could play f4, but you're not threatening to take. You might be threatening to play f5, but Magnus is not the type of guy to rush into these complications. He's going to play kind of fairly smooth chess, controlled chess, and this allows black in some lands to undouble his double isolated pawns. If he's doing f4, means something as he doesn't like playing slow, even though that would be his normal inclination. So I would be very surprised to see f4 there. unless it just or tactically works. If f4 is played, then that's an excellent suggestion, by the way. But instead of f4, we have c4, queen a6, king to e1, rook d7, queen g6, knight b4, queen g6 with the idea of hitting this pawn, knight b4, now the queen defends, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen h5. And the point is that if black does this, black is completely winning if he wasn't facing mate threats with g6, because now black is ready to play b3, bishop b4, and white's king is just stuck. That's the problem with too many pieces on the board. Obviously, guys, I am commentating, but I'm not in Qatar. I'm not going to have the live games. I'll be, a minute behind, but that's how I have to do it since I'm not there. This position would be very dangerous, although even now, g6, I don't see a mate yet. I don't think there's a mate. Queen here, king here, queen there. The king runs to e7, and it's safe. And I'm ready to play b3, and this knight is pinned. So this game is getting really sharp. I'm told that on other websites, on many other websites, the games are a bit slow to come as well. It's the first round of the tournament, so even the organizers might be a little, might be tweaking some things. And this has happened. On my board, rook fd8 has happened, and as I said, if you don't play g6 here and you play king e2 again, I don't know, actually king e2 just loses, check, take, let's say the king moves, I take, okay, maybe there's drawing chances here, but you've just lost any hope of winning. You're down a piece and a protected pawn. There might be some fortunate drawing variations here, such as this, or this. But that's bailing out for a draw. But if you don't do that, I like how he's got down a pawn, but he's putting up a serious fight here. I want to play b3 and bishop b4. That looks very, very tough. This position looks, the problem is, if g6, okay, that's a good move because it forces the bishop away from this b3, bishop b4 idea because of the mate threat. I play bishop here, but this is a long-term pin. So I'm not even going to go check, because if I check and it's not mate, my queen is just offside. Whereas here, I at least can get back in the game. I don't know what move to play. I can't play king e2 because of the same idea of rook d2, queen c4. Otherwise, b3, b2 is going to run, and eventually white has to deal with that. He just can't stick with his king on the board. I don't see what to do. This looks... He's played queen g4, which already signifies that something's gone wrong. After b3, you can't take... You have to play king here. The whole idea of queen g4 is to protect c4. Now rook d2, rook d2. The pawn is protected. But it's a very iffy position. Let's say I play b2 now. Queen e4, eyeing the b1 square, still protecting this. There might actually be a win for black, or there might not be, but it's one of those positions where it's very close. Very close here. The idea for white here is the blockade on the light squares. So what I'm referring to is if you play bishop b4, I could play knight f3 even. I'm not sure you can get to the b1 square. I don't want to play knight b1 because my knight's dominated. But my idea here is that we trade off rooks and my king goes to b1. My queen is centralized, and just this bishop can protect the pawn, but it can't usher it through. And then, okay, then if everything trades off into an endgame, white will be fine. But this is not such a simple position that it looked like it was before. Okay, what happened here was rook d3 instead of b3 and king e2. But this queen g4 move it was very necessary to protect this, and we've seen lines where the queen goes to e4, and it seems quite useful. But this is such a risky position with 3 minutes that, I mean, he could blunder. Your king is in the center. As long as the queens stay on the board, I'm not sure what's going to happen here. But king e2 was played. b3. I'm not so sure, huh? Not so sure here. I don't mind white's position if I don't find a win for black, because the pawn structure is still very bad. Once you push b3, the pawn also becomes more vulnerable. But as Magnus, as a clear favorite here, this isn't such an... I mean, the first round pairings are really stacked, guys. I just want to know, a lot of the top players are going to be losing the first round. It's GM on GM action. Not just GM, 2600 GMs who are very capable of beating top players. But I understand why Magnus is taking time here. I'm looking for a move. I'm once again, trending towards queen e4. But the reason why rook d3 seems like a nice move is it disconnects the queen from b1. Although then if you play a move like b2 here, queen takes d3 might be, this imbalance might be completely okay for white if he can put his queen here. Although even now, bishop here, the c-pawn is a little bit weak. That's a bit annoying. And now I think black would have great chances to draw this. I don't think he's winning unless a blunder. But I think black's okay there. Let's see the current position. I have to constantly refresh. It seems the board's a little slow. b3 has been played on the board. That position right there, the queen for 2 rooks, I think because the king is in the middle of the board, when you assess a queen against 2 rooks, it's even material for the most part. But it depends on king safety. If the king is safe, 2 rooks is often better than the queen. But if the king isn't safe, then the queen equalizes in many variations. Many variations. Can I just take the pawn here? Well, that's what's happened. Yeah, he took the pawn. But then you're down a piece. A very practical choice by Magnus. He has just sacrificed his piece. He has a piece for 2 pawns. Not enough compensation. His compensation is that no longer he's going to lose the game by checkmate. No longer is he going to blunder that. He's going to play faster. And now the pressure is on black, actually. But the reason why this is more acceptable is not only does he have 2 pawns, these pawns are still very weak. So in effect, in many endgames, the presence is more like a piece for 3 pawns. Now Magnus can move his king out of the way to the king's side. Now black's king isn't very safe either. So a sample variation, actually I don't even know, well, sample variation, you have to move this bishop, and I don't even know where to move the bishop, because if you move the bishop here, I'm immediately going to attack. You can check, but here we see a case where this could be a perpetual, or actually probably should be, that would be a bit ambitious. King here runs into queen c6 check. King here would be a perpetual, because the king can't go here because of check. So that would be, so bishop e7 maybe is on the board, but this game is no longer better for Magnus at all. It is not better for Magnus at all. I think there are some drawing lines only because of that imbalance. But if this as soon as black gets a passed pawn, he's going to be in the driver's seat. Again, with the queen's on the board, he has to watch out for his king. But all of a sudden, Magnus here is not in great shape. And he's lost total control of the position. I don't even can say he played that badly for rapid standards. His opponent was very tricky. Let's check on that game. Make sure it hasn't gone past us. No, rook d1 here. Okay, because we have a little bit of time, let's quickly check on Aronian's game. Aronian here is playing white. Look at these. I take. You take. Aronian's white. I check. You have to play bishop f8. I play d7. And the only question here, can black draw? Because white cannot stop black from queening. He can never get two pieces on d8. But I believe a draw is in the cards here. And I don't think you can get out of the way with so few pieces on the board. There's no shelter. There's no safe zone for the king. So I believe black, unless I didn't evaluate this position, this is Aronian against Michedilashvili from Georgia. I think he's drawing as white. Let's go back to, sorry, the position of Magnus has moved. I just wanted to quickly check on that because we're only on one game. But back to the game of Magnus. He sacked the piece to relieve pressure, and now he's going for a king walk all the way to f3. He wants to get here, maybe even h3 is that safe square. He definitely doesn't want to keep his king on f3 because then you can no longer play rook d7 and all those lines because of queen here. So you're going to see him walk king g3 and king h3, or even king g3 alone. King g3 alone might even be safer on a dark square, ironically, only because this bishop can't take advantage of the king position very easily. This is the first round of the World Rapid Championships, and Magnus here in a pretty unclear position as white against one of the top Indian players, Surya Shekhar Ganguly, a former trainer of Anand. This game is okay. Draw has been agreed upon. King g3, queen c4, queen h5, and let's refresh that. It says already there's a draw there, but players are very tentative in their play. A lot of not. I wouldn't say that last game had a lot of mistakes between Magnus, but what we saw was there was a lot of a bit of, you can bluff a little bit in rapid chess because you know your opponent doesn't have too much time to take advantage. Let's see, queen c4, queen h5. Okay, he only has a pawn for the piece. Queen c6, queen g6. Oh, I have to correct my statement. They played on, and Magnus here is most likely lost. Now, it's still not going to, a lost position doesn't mean the guys are going to win. They have a lot less time to convert. The normal blunders happen. But objectively here, with only one pawn for the piece and his king in the center, that's most likely a lost position. A clearly lost position. And, I mean, this pawn is hanging. So rook e4, now it's even material. h5. Queen c4. Oh, he blundered! Look what he blundered. Black here just chops off all the pawns, assuming it's going to head to a completely winning position. He, without a doubt, took these pawns. And you're understanding, I'm up a piece. And you're not going to just mate me with queens and pawns. He completely blundered. He played queen c4, thinking, oh, I got to check here. And pick up the rook. And he saw, what he calculated was queen e8 check, bishop f8, and now if rook d8, that doesn't work. e6 is covered, and I can check here. King moves. Check here. King moves. Take with check. King moves. And my queen comes back to defend. He just completely blundered a winning position. The reason it's a winning position is because, okay, this threat here is here. I can always play bishop f8. Somebody has suggested rook g4. That's a very tricky move. King takes g4. Queen check here. Oh. That's a very, very nice win. Not easy to spot, though, in rapid chess. I absolutely don't blame the guy for not seeing. The idea is that the king moves, let's say here. I check. King moves. I take, and I think this endgame, even though you can give a check or take here, there shouldn't be a perpetual. So rook g4, but he doesn't even need to go for the knockout win. He's materialistically winning. So Magnus lost in game 1 from a very good middle game, ends up drawing with this very neat move. After queen c4, he played rook d8 check. Wait, why is this a draw? He took, and this is a draw. Is this what happened in the game? This is a perpetual. But the question is, if I go here, what is the draw? Am I missing something? Is this what happened? Why didn't he play here? It's very obvious if your opponent plays rook d8 that it's Magnus Carlsen. Either he gives you a free rook or he has something in mind. I played bishop f8 anyways, and this transposes the same line. But now black has defended the check. There's absolutely no perpetual. There's no time to play h6. You're getting rolled here, are you not? Is that exactly what happened? I guess the reason he didn't do it, there's only one reason, besides hallucination, is a bishop f8, h6, yeah, threatening h7, but let's see if there's a win here for black. Yes, you cannot stop the mate. There's two mates, h7 and rook f8, after like h7, king h8, rook f8, and there's queen g7 mate because the bishop's pinned. But right now black has all the time in the world. He has at least a draw. But you know what? If you're going to draw, then why don't you draw this way? Because you still have a draw at hand, and there might actually be a win. But I guess this h-pawn, I guess it's still a draw, but the way he did it is an immediate draw, whereas here Magnus has to make sure it's h6. Although because we're talking about Magnus, I'm sure he was going to play h6. So I guess it makes sense because black was definitely playing for a win. That here, because the queen is on g6 and not e8, this is why Magnus chose rook d8. This is why rook d8 is such a great move order. Because if you play queen here, and then you play rook d8, yeah, your queen is far away from your king and these pawns fall and you don't have that same threat. So it's just a much inferior version than rook d8 first. But black, he doesn't fall for this. It's just winning if he didn't play queen c4. So check here, h6, that's a pretty miraculous draw. And he definitely would have seen it because he has no other moves. He wasn't going to go backwards. And if I check, the point is, you run out of checks. I can run to e2. Same thing here. Let's say check. There's two checks here, h1 and h3. I run my king to e2, and all of a sudden you find yourself getting checkmated brutally by white with queen g7 next move. So black, this has also been the only way for black to lose the game, is if he thought he was winning, got super excited, and then finds out that the king of white's king is safer than black's king. So it's still a draw, but that was a pretty exciting first round game. Magnus drawing against, I mean, by the way, this is a Swiss tournament, meaning top plays middle in the first round. You split the field in half. So this is the guy he just played here who was actually winning, who completely outplayed Magnus in the second half of the game with black, is in the middle of the pack of this event. So you could see Magnus finish in 20th place. I don't think it's going to happen. But there's guys ranked 20th in the tournament, stronger than this, who could do a lot of damage. I mean, it's just such a stacked event. It's the strongest open tournament in the world. Generally, it's reserved for people with an international rating over 2,500, although there are exceptions, but pretty crazy. I missed something in the Aronian game, did I not? Did he miss a draw, or did they actually go for this? Aronian did a much better move order. Instead of taking the knight, he did the intermediate move here, check. Black split the king over to the corner, and now when you take, you're unable to take the bishop, because check here, when the king is in the corner and he has an h-pawn, and if you can get a bishop, this is always a classic stalemate. So Aronian won. But if I want to review the game results, I'll tell you guys a few results. For those who are not following the official website, which I do have linked, Anand won. Wei Yi and MVL drew. Nepomniachtchi, is he still going on here? Their game is still going on. I'm sorry, I'll continue this. I'll go to the results at the end of the round. So there's still guys playing. Remember, they gain increment for every single move. So you're definitely going to see games go the distance. They can play on 100 moves, 150 moves. They're not going to flag. My favorite is Magnus and Naka. Those two betting favorites. Nepomniachtchi is a guy I also rated very highly, in Grishuk. So my top four are Carlsen, Nakamura, Grishuk, and Nepomniachtchi. 2 Russians, a Norwegian, and an American. This position over here, Nepo as white should be winning knight for a pawn, and there shouldn't be perpetual. If this is updated, then the king, you just can't perpetual. Your own pawns are in the way, so I mean, for example, okay, I guess you can try. There's a couple tricks. A couple tricks would be queen c6 check. King can't go to e3 because knight falls. The king is forced to go here. Oh my goodness. Okay, no, never mind. I almost thought this was a draw. Queen here, and the whole idea with this check is if you cannot take the pawn because of queen check. If you go here, I go queen check, and your king is forced back into the corner, because if you take here, you get mated. That's the one case where the king here is actually useful. If you go king here again, I just check, and you can't take this pawn. You have to once again go back here. I have to play queen c8, and you can't take. If you go here, you can run your king this way. But the point is, I think here you can just play knight e6. But there's ways to blunder. I just thought there was some weird perpetual. That's why I thought the game was frozen. The game was frozen, so I assumed there might have been had a draw. But knight e6 and there's nothing. So there should almost never be a draw when there's a king in the center. But I was seeing some lines where there's no moves being played. That maybe there was a freak draw on the board. I'm just refreshing my screen. See what's happened. He did queen c8, okay, and the king walks, and he did knight e6. Oh. Well, that wasn't smooth. Well, now black has drawing chances. A queen and a knight do not beat a queen, but because the king is in the corner, and because there are pawns on the board, there are more chances. The pawns can actually be detrimental, because sometimes you have stalemate ideas. When you're playing against a queen, you can throw your last piece, give it to your opponent, and for a stalemate. But when you have pawns on the board, that possibility doesn't arise. This position here, this knight can't go here, can't go here, can't go here. It can take this way into the game. And here we see an example where there's no more checks. But from the starting position, this shouldn't be an improvement unless he saw something I didn't. I'm gonna add some things to the template on the screen, but just the first round, just mainly wanted to make sure the boards were working and the basic stuff was down, but I'm gonna add a few things in case people need information. But this is one of the few games remaining. Ian Nepomniachtchi rated 28-12 rapid, one of the top 10 rapid players in the world. I think 2800 should be top 10. Playing against Leven Pansulia from Georgia. So a few Georgians playing. Pretty strong chess country. Any other games? So what else? Karyakin is still playing. Sergei Karyakin, the World Championship challenger, is still playing against Nils Grandelius from Sweden, the Swedish #1 player. And Karyakin is black here. They're both under a minute. 5 pawns apiece. Protected pass pawn for white here. Outside pass pawn for black here. Karyakin is a former world rapid champion. He's exceptionally good in rapid. His best time control for sure. He is a specialist there because his nerves are so good. But here, I think he finds himself in a good position because e4 is extremely loose and the pawns are favoring black. That the fact that they're on black squares and whites are on light squares. For example, king d2 kicking the knight out. Take, and let's say we trade everything. You're trading a pawn for a pawn, but then these pawns all fall because they're all in the light squares. So the position we have right here is very tense, but the race should be won by black, especially even if you play, let's say rook a3, I take here, and you take like this. We have this position where the material is completely even. This is winning for black, because white's pawns are split and or very close to winning for black. His king is better. He's got the rolling pawns. You know, knight d6, I play e4, king e5. It should be a lot easier for black to use his passed pawns and push them than white, especially with his king out of the way. But the Grandelius, Karyakin, that's a very strong first round pairing as well. Let's check back on that game though. Nepomniachtchi Pansulia, and he's grinding. There's a threat here. Fortunately, it doesn't work. King e3, trying to mate. There's only one check on the board, but that check is sufficient. That check is queen g1. So this is a little bit tough though. I mean, claustrophobic is probably the better word for black. Remember, if you get too excited there, he played h3. You don't want to play move like queen g1 until the king is on e3, because then queen e2 will be checkmate. So h3 is a clever move, posing a question. I mean, it's probably the only move, but it's you can't play king e3. You can't move your knight because it's pinned, and if you check, the king moves out of the back rank, and in the back rank is where you're going to get mated. So you actually want to keep the king on the back rank, and I don't think there's any moves. I mean, I'm not saying it's a draw immediately. He's going to find a move to continue, but I don't see any moves to make progress here. Unless you swing the queen to the other side of the board. And let's just say, hypothetically, I push the pawn here. By the way, did you guys see that? It's 7:59 a.m. Anybody see me try to push the pawn up? That's the wrong way. So, still waking up a little bit here. But I guess it's one of the symptoms when you're looking at a bunch of boards and you immediately look at it. You have to look at the notation to figure out which side the pawns are going, because I just completely butchered that. So h2 would be a threat. Oh, that changes a few things. That means if you mess this up as white, then this pawn will queen. I would take... Okay, so everyone's human. Everyone's human. Yeah, I've probably done that a couple times. But fortunately for white, I mean, he can always sack for this pawn if it ever gets dangerous. Objectively, now it might be a draw, although the king stuck here. This is not a nice position to play. Again, if he gives up the pawn, I can take this position. I still, if anybody can win it, of course it's still white with the knight. But you're gonna, if you're playing rapid, you're not gonna make a draw here. You have a free hand as white. You're gonna play 100 moves if you need 200 moves until they blunder, because people are gonna blunder when they're down to a minute on the clock. Eventually, there's nobody with such good nerves. We've seen the best player in the world, Karyakin, when it comes to nerves, and he still cracks. He's cracked against Magnus. There's nobody. That's why we're not running any engines or anything. This is speed chess. This is instincts. This is less calculation, instincts, psychology, but players playing against each other and just trying to force mistakes, because they all know they're all good players, and it's generally who blunders the least who wins this event, not who outplays his opponents the most. Drink some coffee. I am going to get some coffee after this round. Let's check on Karyakin's game. So I just refreshed there. What? Whoa. What did we miss? So we had this position. D6 was played with the idea that if you play king here, just corralling the pawn or trying to get it weak. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to play bishop g4 check. King can't take the pawn because of this tricky knight c8 fork. But okay, I'm not going to analyze that game. I'm just going to show you guys what happened. I'll wait till afterwards to analyze. So d6. And do you know what's very tricky about this position? If you take this pawn, there's a threat on the board. And the threat of the board, and I didn't see this when I analyzed it before. The threat is actually simply d7. And I kept thinking, if you just run that pawn, the king's going to pick it up. But because the rook is on a7, as soon as I play d7, the only way to defend d8 queening, because rook a8 is covered by the knight, is to play king e7, and you run into the fork. And that's potentially what even Karyakin missed. That you actually cannot stop the pawn. It's very easy to blunder that. You think, if he pushes a d pawn, he loses his passed pawn. He's actually just going to lose. But you actually cannot stop the pawn from queening by natural means. d7, and it's nice that this rook is dominated. So king here, d7. So bishop e8, bishop g4, threatening d7, a3, and he actually wins a piece because of that blunder by Karyakin. Knight back to c5, but here there's only a pawn. The king runs in. This king is out of play. This bishop is anchored in. Knight's anchored in. The rook is stopping the pawn. Going to bring the king in to kick out this knight, and then this a2 pawn comes. He just converts this game nicely. Brings all his pieces in. And a very good conversion by Niels Grandelius, who I will be playing in a few weeks' time in the Netherlands. We're playing an invitational tournament in the same section. So he'll be a future opponent, but he's a friend, and I am happy to see him score this result. So Karyakin resigns here as he's down a piece. He can never get this pawn through without his king, whereas white just pushes the b pawn and he's up a piece. Makes sense to resign that. The only question I was wondering, at d6 he played bishop here. Maybe bishop here is a mistake. I'm analyzing rook b7. Because I still find it hard to believe that this d pawn was the reason why he won, but it looks like it's the case. So, I mean, rook b7. And now, yeah, that would be the idea. Can't get my rook in. Get my knight in. So, probably this holds. Nepomniachtchi's still pushing here. How long does a 15-10 game take? There's 5 rounds today. I told myself that it's probably going to take at least 6 hours to stream. So that means there's about an hour per round, potentially more. Then you count in results being tallied in, pairings coming out, and a break for the players. We're looking at potentially 7 or 8 hours today. It's a very tough event. I played in it the last 2 years in a row, and it's a lot harder than classical chess. You're playing strong opponents every round, no preparation. You're making blunders. You're on tilt. This day is going to go long. The games are going to go long, and you don't start off with any easy opponents. So it's not even warming up. You're immediately thrown into the deep end of the pool. So it's going to be like 6 hours or so, at least today. Nepomniachtchi is still playing here. He wants black to move his king somewhere where you can fork the king and the queen. That's one of the few ways. You either blunder a checkmate or you put your king on a wrong square. I just want to give an example. Let's say the king is on g3. The key square if the king is on g3 is that you can fork the king and the queen on e4 or h1, and it's not realistic yet. You have to really set it up, but that's the sort of idea. You check the king and he moves his king to the wrong square because he only has, let's say, 30 seconds on the clock, and he falls for a fork. It's very easy to fall for eventual knight forks in time scrambles. Knights are by far the trickiest piece. but black is so far showing good nerves, and he's not pushing his pawn. Why isn't he pushing his pawn? First of all, he's getting checked every move, but secondly, the 50 move rule gets reset. 50 moves without a pawn move, game is a draw. Without a capture or pawn move. He's tallying in his head potentially 50 moves. If he doesn't checkmate me here, this is a draw. Every time he pushes that pawn, yeah, it's closer to queening, but then you reset to 0. So 2 factors in that, but the 50 move draw rule is in play this game. But I don't think that this is winning for white, especially now the king is no longer close to black's king, so there's no way that white will be able to checkmate with a queen and knight against king and queen. You usually need one more piece, that king. To sum up some of the round 1 results, Nakamura drew, Carlsen drew, Aronian won, Karyakin lost, one of the favorites. Nepo here might draw. Former World Rapid Champion Mamedyarov. That's disgusting. He played Liu Shanglei, former World Junior Champion from China, and he did some. This is dirty. This is about as dirty. This is one of the dirtiest finishes I've ever seen. Knight c7. He's white here. He's attacking. Knight c7 check. The king goes on d8 because it doesn't want to be exposed to checks like queen d6. Goes to d8. Brings the other knight in. He goes to c8. He plays knight b5, hanging his queen with the idea the king cannot move anywhere. You're forced to take the queen. Knight d6 is mate. So he resigned here. Bishop c6, knight d6. That's very sexy. It's very dirty, and that's Mamedyarov wins a lot of the times. It's flashy. It's definitely typical of the current Azeri #1 player. But that's a very pretty queen sacrifice. That feels. I got checkmated a few times in this tournament. It's so yeah, it happens, but it is very beautiful. That's one of the nicer ones I've seen. Mamedyarov, guys, very, very provocative player. Excellent at dynamics and sacrificial chess. Showing why he's been. You see that 2805 rapid rating. Guys over 2800 are what we'd consider favorites in this event. Top 10 players that, they have higher rapid ratings than classical ratings. Ananda's playing on the rapid. He won. I don't put Ananda as a favorite at this point in his career. So that is most of round 1. This game is still going on. Oh, it's actually officially a draw now. Let's see how it happened. He brought the king into h4. Oh, and instead of moving the knight away, he moves queen, allowing queen f2 check. They were at move 123, by the way, so very close to the 50 move draw rule. He blunders queen f2 or allowed it because he knew it was a draw at this point. Once the king was let out of the off the back rank. So just a draw here between Pansulia and Nepomniachtchi. So almost no favorites made it through. The only favorites to win were Mamedyarov and Anand and Aronian. Sorry, there's more favorites than that, but out of top 10 players, those are the main guys. Although who I considered a very serious player in this field, very serious contender, is Alexander Grishuk, the current world blitz champion, but a very excellent rapid player, very just good at speed chess, and he's won against Norwegian #3 Simon Egderstein. So he's also made it through, and he's a guy to watch out for. He's a fan favorite. I like him a lot. His rapid rating, I think, is underrated. He definitely is worth more than 2,800, but he's had a lot of inconsistency recently. But we'll keep an eye out for him. So round 1, tons of upsets. Still, there's, by the way, those are only the broadcasted games. There's a very high probability there's games going on right now that aren't live. So this could be going for a long time. Ivanchuk won, Dominguez won. I'll check the official website a bit more. But yeah, a very already Magnus kicked off the top boards. Already. Want to give a few shout outs to people who just subscribed. Thanks for the support. So thanks to the Deadly Dodo, thanks to Sam Vimes, 82, the Thousand Master, Panic, Christian Soul. Thanks to you guys for the subscriptions and everybody following. It's a good number so far. I hope it picks up as the event gets more serious. The blitz is especially going to be pretty crazy and very hard to follow. That's in 3 days' time. But this rapid event is already, as you see, it turns into blitz. It turns into blitz after 20 minutes. You start off with 50 minutes. After 20 minutes, the guy's already in time trouble, and then the blunders start to come in. So, rapid, I think, is better chess than blitz, but still extremely exciting. Hello, Samanam. You want some techno? Maybe during the breaks, during the commentary, I might take a bit of a break, just because it'll be a lot easier to understand me. If I was playing, I use techno when I'm playing a lot, but when I'm commentating, I mean, it's not the same. If I was playing, okay, I'm not allowed to listen to techno, or if I was playing over there, but the point is, it's supposed to enhance my concentration. Here, I'll be okay either way. As we take a break, I'm going to set up a position to make sure everybody has woken up. So I'm going to give you guys a position, just some easy puzzles to make sure all of us have woken up. So here's the first one. I'm going to be right back and make myself coffee. Black to play in this position, and I will be right back. What's up, guys? Round 2 about to begin. Just got my coffee. Let's get the boards set up. I can read the first 5 pairings for you. They're putting Magnus on board 1 because he's a world champion. But board 2, Frezene against Mamedyarov. Board 3, Ryazantsev against Dominguez. Board 4, Bushengzi, Anand. Board 5, Matlakov against Ivanchuk. Vasily Ivanchuk is really good at rapid. So out of the 2 events, Blitz and Rapid, he's going to be a lot more dangerous in the rapid format. For the puzzle, I hope most of you guys suggested Rook B4. Rook B4, Rook takes B4, Queen F5 check. King can go to 2 squares that cover the king, but Bishop E1 there would then win. So for example, King D2, the most visual, Bishop E1, and you end up winning a piece or losing your queen. I mean, black will end up a piece up, or will win White's queen. So just an easy one to make sure everybody's brain is working a little bit, but let's now focus on some of the games. Pansulia, the guy who held against Nepomniachtchi, is playing Magnus. Out of those matchups, I want to talk about a couple of the players. Frezene, Mamedyarov should be great. That's one of the coaches for Magnus, one of his seconds. So we're going to watch this game, Frezene Mamedyarov. Why? It's a proxy battle. Mamedyarov prepared Karyakin for the World Championship match. Frezene is one of the absolute main trainers for Carlsen. So you pretty much see the guys who train the current world champion as challenger, and they work on the same things. So that'll be an interesting matchup. And last round, Grandelius beat Karyakin. Grandelius is one of the seconds of Magnus in the most recent World Championship match, one of his secret seconds. A second in chess is a term for people who help assist players. Now, it's not like a coach necessarily, like a coach, but they train openings, and they prepare openings. They look up the opponents, and they try to find weaknesses in their opening. It's a very analytical role. It's not a psychological role anymore. They used to maybe have more psychological seconds, but these are all guys who just work on the opening phase. And the young second of Magnus, beat Karyakin. So we have another sort of matchup like this round. I think a lot of us would love to see Magnus and Karyakin play again in rapid without the World Championship at stake. It should still be a pretty competitive affair. Let's see what else. Oh, let me add a couple things. Let me add something on the screen to show subs. I do appreciate everybody doing that. And there we have the game. I'll get that up in a second. They have a semi-slab. This is Frezene against Mamedyarov. This is technically board 1, I think. Because Mamedyarov is the highest rated player who won his first round game. And now we have, okay, that's a semi-slab Moran. Let's go back to the, okay. Pansulia against Carlsen. Yeah, you know why this is board 1? Because Karyakin lost, Naka drew, Magnus drew. So like I think the top 3 boards like didn't win. But the game between Pansulia and Carlsen, knight f3, d5, Carlsen playing black, and just this is a flexible opening for both sides. I mean, that's the whole idea of first move knight f3 a lot of the time, is just to let both sides develop accordingly. Any special, those are 2 boards. I'm willing to follow one more game. Any special player you guys would like to follow? Ivanchuk or Grishuk? I'll give 3 options. Ivanchuk, Grishuk, or Anand. Out of those 3 players, which one would you like to see for a 3rd game? Nakamura is, guys, I can't follow Nakamura. Nakamura's not on a live board. he drew his first round game. He's actually kicked off the live boards. He's like halfway down the football field or the playing hall. When you draw, you no longer get to play on the nice boards. You know what I mean? Unless you're Magnus. Okay, guys, it seems pretty clear. Anand is the heavy favorite. So the third board will be Vishy Anand, who is playing against Bu Shangzi, a 2700 a super grandmaster, one of the youngest, one of the strongest chess prodigies of all time. Bu Shangzi, not the best rapid player, but still 2663, clocking in at a decent rating. And they have, let's see what opening they had. Queen's Gambit declined. Huh. So here you can play Bishop G5 or Bishop F4. I don't play this too much, so it's not a Ragozin entirely, especially the Bishop on F4 and Knight on D7. Bit of a modified version. Ah, okay. I don't play this. I know how the middle game goes. I don't know all the theory though. Black gets away with all these moves because his eventual plan, first of all, he wins the bishop here, but he's going to castle on the queen side. That's why, you know, he's making a lot of these weaknesses. Although he could prove me wrong and castle on the king side. It's not out of the question. Actually, it's not out of the question here because, let's just say he castles on the king side. There's a lead in development for white, and he can try to play knight e5 next move and play f3, f4 next, open it up. But opening up positions not necessarily going to favor him over black, especially without a dark squared bishop. But a sharp opening. Nobody's done anything wrong though. Even though it looks a bit weird, nobody's done anything wrong there. Frezenet's game here. Let's check this Moran. That's queen c2 on the sixth move. Oh, I have my coffee. I better start drinking it. And finally, you play e4. As black plays rook c8 with the queen on c2, he's getting ready to play c5. White strikes in the center to get that, you know, imbalance, and also just that space, just a bit of a comfortable position. And f5, and this is Mamedyarov. He makes risky moves and imbalances. f5 is not the prettiest move in the world. You severely weaken e6. Actually, you just severely weaken e6. It's almost as simple as that, because I think a lot of us would be inclined to play knight f6. Let's say queen h4. Why queen h4? I can play queen c2 as well, but queen h4 I like to coordinate with my bishop. c5, and black looks quite close to being okay here. I mean, that's the move he needs to open up his bishop and challenge the center. With queen h5, here you can still do it, but there's more threats. For example, let's say I take on c5 with my queen on h4, bishop takes, bishop d3, I'm threatening bishop f6 and mate here. You get a bit of a better version. Your queen on h4 can really harass black's king, for example h6, stopping mate. I'm not going to give up the bishop pair for these double pawns. I'm going to play like knight e5, maybe queen g3, but these bishops are pretty nice. These bishops are pretty good, but the queen on h4 seems to do more than it would have on c2. So Mamedyarov playing f5, not sure that's entirely necessary, but you can see the sort of position that might have influenced him to do it. Maybe this queen on h4. And the game of Magnus, both sides fianchettoed. Okay, I won't go too much. You know, I got a comment, and it's probably true. I won't go. I'll try not to analyze too much. Feel free to leave some constructive criticism. I'm not sure what format works best there. I think 3 games is fine, 2 games is fine, but I mean, actually how I analyze the games. Sometimes I'm analyzing the games because the moves are coming in late, and then I might as well analyze rather than check more games. Better to understand the game than check more games without understanding, but maybe we'll just talk about general ideas. Thanks a lot for that resub, Dr. Robotvinik. Merry Christmas to you, 15 months in a row. So with the move queen d7, he's preparing to play bishop h3, get rid of this bishop. When you get rid of the fianchetto bishop, often the king becomes a bit softer, a bit weaker. Maybe then he'll start playing f5. Magnus is absolutely out for blood. Just want to tell people he went to Australia for a holiday before the event. In the interviews I've seen, he seems quite hungry for this tournament. He wants to win it because his year's been a bit inconsistent. He's not that much higher rated than world number 2, and future streamer on this channel, Fabiano Caruana. Caruana's had a great year. Wesley Sosa had a great year. People are starting to breathe down his neck a bit more than before. He'd love to at least win one title here. He's already the world. He is the current reigning world rapid champion, but he'd love to do a triple crown like he did in 2014, winning the Blitz Rapid and Classical to cap off the year. But yeah, the interviews I've seen, he seems to have taken this event quite seriously, even though one might not blame the guy for taking time off after the World Championship. That was very competitive, unexpectedly so, and chilling a bit. It seems like he's excited for this event and wants to dominate it because a lot of people started to question him during the match. Check on the game of Anand's again. And he did castle kingside after a piece was traded off, and that means he's evaluated this as okay, but just looking at this new position, by the way, guys, I have to like white. I think I don't play the Stonewall or the Collie systems, but this is an isolated pawn. I'm gonna play King H1. I'm gonna play F4. This position looks really good for... Is it just me? This looks really good for white. And I hate, by the way, I think other people can relate. Don't you hate when your opponent puts a knight on e5, plays f4, just swings his rook over, no matter what? No matter if they're playing good, no matter if you're playing good moves or not, they just do that like a robot, like a blitz opening. Well, it seems to me here that this is exactly what white should be doing. It's actually good. I don't like Anand's position. The bishops are not great here. And the problem is after a move like f4, any resulting endgames are going to be good for white because of his protected pass on, because he has the pawns on the right color. This f5 pawn critically weak. This looks great. This looks great for white. King h1. Put double my rooks. It's not the open position that the bishops would succeed in. You'd have to play c5. Actually, there's no clear way to break it. The one way I know that you can break it is if you have a pawn on f7, you can play f6 and kick the knight out. Although even then, you see hustlers just leave the knight there and continue attacking. This position looks like it is actually correct for white to continue with moves that I think we can all relate to. Rook f3, rook h3, king h1. And I gotta like white here. I really like white's position. It's just so simple to play, and that's a key factor in rapid, staying ahead on the clock, finding simple plans, and that nagging a little bit of pressure. Wrong games on wrong boards, according to chessbrah. chessbrah says this is a wrong game on a raw board, and I didn't do that. That means the replay is wrong. But if he says that, I'm inclined to believe there may actually be technical difficulties, because I cannot imagine Anand playing black here. This position is too bad for such a strong player. It looks like one of my positions that get made it as black. If that's the case, I can actually believe it, that they have the boards messed up. The organizers, not me. Because I'm sure chess.com or chess24 are relaying from the official website. I don't think they're doing it manually. If they're doing it manually, 20 boards of rapid at once, those guys are absolute champions, but it's not very efficient. If that's the case, it makes so much more sense, because this position already looks bad. I do not know how to activate this bishop. On a really good day, you play bishop here, bishop here, bishop here. Even after those 3 moves, you can't even, this pawn is loose, it's falling in those lines. And presumably the rook is already on h3 or g3. You're going to be too late. So, I don't know if this is correct or not, but if this is correct, you gotta like white's position here. Anand has to think long and hard about what he can't just make automatic moves anymore. You have to think about what I'm telling you guys. What I'm going to do is what you have to figure out. What is defensive plan as black? Is it to put a rook on g7, put a rook on g8, and just hold? Although f5 is hanging on. You need not to just calculate a move ahead. You can't just play a natural move. You actually have to already start to anticipate that I need an actual formation here that will be durable and last, because there is no way that there clearly is no way to stop White's initiative. White is having the initiative no matter what. He has the initiative. He can play rook g1, rook g3, or rook f3, rook g3, and you need to find already a plan to stop getting mated, because one tempo might be all it takes. That White will already have a winning setup. So, if the official website still says this is correct, I really like White's position here. You can play queen h4. Oh. So, let's see what happened. Okay, that was not impressive at all by White. But, wait a second. I don't mind criticizing White's play a little bit, because these guys will still make some mistakes I can catch from time to time. I'm not sure trading everything is good. I'm also not sure if it's automatic that you actually don't take back the pawn and correct your structure and use the H file to attack. I do want to say that there's a very good chance starting from tomorrow we're going to have a little bit of time with Yasser on air, and we're going to hear his comments. And I just imagine Yasser looking at this game, and I'm pretty sure he'd be critical of it as well. I would take here, transition, queen h2, king g2, rook h1. This knight is still good, but if you're attacking, don't trade off all the pieces. Weaknesses, I mean, is that a Vichy effect or something? You fix your structure, you can still attack against this isolated pawn now, and you can actually access the h5 square. Oh no, that absolutely was misplayed by White. Absolutely. There's no way he could not have milked it harder. That is bad play by White. He's still doing good and everything, but like, it makes Black's life so easier to me. By the way, by correcting the pawn structure, your king becomes safer as well. You could play you could put your king to g2. With your king in the corner and a pawn here, I mean, there's going to be lines in the future where Black is going to sacrifice a pawn and get his king into the position. So, I'm disagreeing with some of White's moves here. I still prefer White's position. As we see, this bishop here is a sad piece, defending two weaknesses, working overtime. But Anand here is absolutely playing for a draw. I mean, he's not playing for a draw, he's going for a draw, but objectively it's normally a two-result position. White playing for a win or a draw. But he's playing Anand, and he's giving some respect, for sure. So, let's check on what happened in Carlsen's game. So knight g5 stops bishop h3, but allows here. Knight e4. e4. I'm sure some people would say, why not e4? You win the bishop. You do win the bishop, but you've given yourself a weakness on d3. So after e4, there's a couple ways to proceed, but potentially the easiest one. You've also given d4 to Black. Take here, rook d8, and d4 is now a permanent weakness. The other option is actually just moving the bishop back. And in this position, despite having the bishop pair, you're stuck with a long-term weakness. So let's make a move, bishop e3, to defend the pawn and stop d4. I'll still play rook here, and I have a fairly simple plan of doubling up, and the play will be dictated around this weakness, even despite White having the bishop pair. So that's why he didn't do it. But since he didn't do it, he instead allows something else. Let's see, let me get back there. He played knight e4, f5, knight c5, and now he does e4. So he ended up doing it anyways. Okay, I mean, it's double-edged, and even though he has a weakness, if he wins the bishop pair, that's still an imbalance. Bishop c4 was played. Okay, so we have this position. But this isn't the same as the position I analyzed. The critical difference is Black has played f5, which means White has a much nicer version. Because the position is opened up, his bishops are stronger, so that's why he's willing to go for it. Now, at a good opportunity, he's going to take on f5 and activate his bishop. But he's going to wait, though. For a move like rook here, okay, now he might have to move his, actually you have to move the knight out of the way, but f5 opens up the position a bit more, weakens e5 as well. So this is a better version for white. And by the way, guys, for those just tuning in, Magnus drew his first round. He was completely lost. He has a very tough opponent in round 2, and his position is likely, it's not particularly more preferable right now. And if he plays like he did in the second half of the last round, he could definitely find himself in serious trouble here, playing against the 2 bishops. So by no means is this going to be an easy ride for any of our favorite players. That's in case of rook d8. Let's check the Mamedyarov game, which was quite sharp after the provocative f5 move. Queen c2. Now here, rook e1. And f5 is not necessarily bad, it's just very provocative. It's a bit stylistic as well. Rook e1, knight f6. By the way, Mamedyarov has had an excellent year. So he is more of a he's a former world rapid champion, but this year, that was about 4 or 5 years ago. This year, I get rated his chances higher than normal. He's had an excellent year and solidified himself as a top 15 player again, close around top 10. He's won some events. He's just been a lot more consistent. As a sharp player, being consistent means he's going to win events spectacularly, but now he's cut the bleeding, and so his brand of chess is once again quite popular, and as it should be. So knight e4, bishop f1, white playing quite conservatively, trying to take advantage of the overextension of black's pawn structure and pieces. Potentially, that's a good case scenario. Rook here, and g3. And I just want to make a note to all those people wondering, why not knight d2 in some of these lines to try to get rid of this knight, which is so annoying, and open up the rook? Well, knight d2 runs into the very common attacking pattern. Bishop takes h2, because the queen no longer protects f2. So bishop h2, king takes h2, because the knight is now in d2, if you're visualizing with me, and queen h4 check. And then there's at least a draw between h4 and f2. But there could definitely be more. At least a draw. It's very possible here. You have a couple moves like e5, rook f6, rook h6, because the knight is pinned. Oh, so that's something to avoid. Let's go back to Vishy's game. Looks like white is taking some time here. But you know, this is now a position where I would correct myself and say any result is possible, because if white's initiative dissipates, black has a potential queenside majority, and he's also ready to play c5 and chip away at this formation. And after c5, he's threatening to make 2 isolated pawns, right? Let's just show you guys what I'm referring to. Take. Those are 2 isolated pawns. Yes, they anchor in the knight, but now as pawns get traded off, this bishop no longer has to face here, and it can maybe now black wants to trade off queens and work around and try to get the pawns from behind, assuming the queens are off. He has to try to trade them off. But at the same time, if you take here, if white doesn't do that and he takes here, this pawn becomes a target. So black has ideas of actually trying to push the game. It's no longer, it's 3 results, and it's another reason why I just don't like how white's played. As pieces get traded off, some of the end games, where think about an end game. Think about the end game. The queens are off. I'm going to put my king on f8 to f6, defending f5. Then my bishop on c8 no longer is tied down to it, and then I can start being ambitious, playing b5, playing c5, and trying to get a majority going. My king will go to f6. It's not going to f6 because the queens are on board right now, but that's an efficient way to defend the weakness and push. So Vishy here could definitely turn that around. Carlsen, Pansulia here. Knight b2 happened. He decides not to trade queens into an endgame where he's worse. Queen e6, queen e2, f4. And f4 is a risky move, but I do like it. The idea is it does allow ideas, it does allow ideas like bishop f3, bishop g4, although bishop f3 would be met by h5. But it sharpens the game up. He's made 2 consistent decisions. He played queen e6, not trading the queens. If you're not going to trade the queens, you're clearly playing for a win and willing to take risks, because I don't think. I think the reason he didn't trade queens is because that gives white a pretty easy position, and there's a good chance, a good player, and he's still a good player. The player playing white he drew last round against Nepo, he'll just draw it. I don't think Magnus is particularly worried about taking a risk and risking a loss here, but he definitely wants to avoid another draw. So f4 is consistent with keeping the queens on the board. On a good day, again, you want to play g5, g4. You'd love to get a knight to g5 if that's possible, where it can hit these two squares, but just sharpen the game up and not let white slowly use those bishops to convert. What else? That's that game. But I'll tell you, white's position is completely fine. Might be objectively better because of the bishops, because of this bishop on g7 not being particularly good. And I think one thing you might consider as white is to try to just trade off pieces. A position I'd like to aim for as white is to play rook d1, threatening to trade everything off, assuming he doesn't want to trade, and play something like here. I'm going to take, and knight here. And I'd love to get a position with my knight on d3, a perfect blockade. Knights are great blockaders. I'd love to provoke a position like, whoa, okay, they just jumped ahead of me. That's good. I was analyzing something that didn't happen. Bishop h3 was played, so rook d1. He did try to trade rooks, but he moved the other rook. Queen f7, and bishop here. And now, and why queen f7? I think his idea is he was going to take back with a knight. He's threatening f3 now, and he's getting that accelerated version as well, where he might get the knight to g5, which is really good for attacking and supporting f3. That didn't happen. Queen f7, bishop h3, f3. And with this pawn moving, you have ideas of bishop h6 sometimes, knight d4. But I see what Magnus is doing now. I see what he's doing. I definitely see why he decided to do what he did. White's down to 5 minutes, but this is super sharp, and it's good that he's playing for a win like that. I mean, the queen e3 stops bishop h6, but the problem with it, first of all, you could play h5, king h7, bishop h6, which looks natural, looks strong, and then the queen will have to get kicked out anyways. But now knight d4 would be excellent. We'd see a position like, okay, knight d4 might even be rushed. You don't even need to do that. Maybe h5 is better, but knight d4, and the queen would end up being hit anyways, because white can't just allow the knight to camp on d4. And he upsets every single, 50% upsets maybe. Magash, I mean, Magnus is at half out of one. You know, he's had one draw, and a few people have lost. Queen e1, maybe bishop h6, maybe h5, h4 to try to soften up the king side. He's got to contemplate this. But I'll say one thing about Magnus, guys. Magnus is a great player. He's a world champion, #1 in the world. But as we saw last game, and we've seen in world championship matches, we've seen in tournaments, when he is being attacked, when he's under pressure, he gets frustrated and he makes mistakes, and he's absolutely human. He is not the best defender. He could definitely improve those skills, and last game was a great example of that. But the World Championship, a couple of versions of Norway chess, the candidates against, for example, Ivanchuk, he's not the best defender and not the best at reacting to extreme pressure. He's not. So right now he's attacking, and if he's controlling the pace, he's really tremendous at that aspect of the game, controlling the pace, at how he likes to play, you know. But when he's being attacked, he absolutely he makes mistakes and he gets on tilt. So he has some weaknesses, and that's why I don't think he's a favorite to win both events. He's a favorite in each individual event, but I don't think he's a favorite to hold those nerves and emotions for 2 consecutive events. This is the game between Anand and Bu. Anand playing black, had a bad opening, but recovered Okay, he took on e5 now. Let's see. Let's fast forward. Queen endgames. Well, now it is 3 results. A draw is now the most probable. One of the key factors in queen endgames is who has the passed pawn. White has a protected passed pawn. Another big factor in queen endgames is king safety. Neither king is safed. Perpetual chances are running super high here. That's the most likely result now. Definitely not a bad result for Anand. White is looking for a position where his king is safe and he can slowly push. I don't know what that would be. I don't know what that would be, especially a2 is weak as well. It's not like he's not without pawn weaknesses. I think this is headed towards a draw, guys, between Bu Shengzi as white against Vishy Anand as black. But I don't think he's going to repeat that opening as black either way. Frezene and Mamedyarov. Whoa! And this position, black is now up a pawn, but white has 2 bishops. And look at the time situation. Mamedyarov, a very fast player, is at 1 minute 20 seconds. White, Frezene, the French number 2, has French number 3 right now, behind Picrot and Vachier Legrave. He's got 7 minutes and about 7 minutes and change. I like the 2 bishops. I believe that's compensation. But black, otherwise, if he trades off anything, is going to be in the driver's seat. He has a very nice pawn structure on the queen side. He doesn't have any permanent weaknesses here. I'd love to play bishop e7, bishop f6, and get rid of any ways that I could get checkmated. Once the dark squared bishops are traded off, I'm going to breathe, a sigh of relief, because even though this bishop is great, there's no nasty mates with that bishop off. So bishop e7, bishop here, and I think then black will be in control. So I like Mamedyarov's position, but his time is concerning. Time is very concerning here. Thanks to everybody who didn't sleep much for tuning in. A lot of those guys are NA, North America. I mean, right now it's 5:51 a.m. on the West Coast, and I started at 4 a.m. Actually, I started at 3:30, so the stream. But I like black's position, unless he falls for a mate. And that means the board's not being updated. I'm sure he's played a move by now. But I don't think white has a tactic that I'm missing here. If he doesn't have a tactic that I'm missing, all the play is on the back rank. But after a couple of moves like h6, bishop e7, bishop f6, you can test that diagonal. This knight is well placed. Remember, f4 is also a very strong idea. Knight on g5 is great for attacking, and in this case is also a defensive weapon. But f4, he could actually just ignore it. Actually, even f4, it's white to play here, but even f4 right now is playable for sure. You know what I want to do, guys? I want to break the stream record. We've had about 600, 621 time. This is already pretty high for this channel. I'd love to break 1,000, but even 700 is already a stream record ever without being hosted. It'd be a Twitch record for our channel, and I'd love for that to happen. So that's my goal. Break 1,000, but I'm happy already with what I'm seeing. Boo's game is going to head to a draw. Carlsen's game is getting really sharp. Let's now turn our attention and just follow the game between Magnus and Pansulia, which is really heating up as they both get under 3 minutes. So knight b4 was played. That's already surprising. So the idea of this pawn sacrifice, guys, is after queen b4, which didn't happen. Knight c6. Queen moves back. Knight d4. He's sacking a pawn, but Magnus is clearly out for blood. He doesn't mind sacking a pawn. This knight now, without white's dark squared bishop to capture it, is unopposed and is very strong. A lot of threats already underway here for just the cost of an a-pawn. Practical chess 101. Great decision by Magnus, but Pansulia is a good rapid player. He didn't take it. He didn't take the pawn. He fought for the initiative. So let me get back to that updated board right away. What happened was after he played c5 right away. The whole idea of c5 is if knight c6, I take, and the knight is being hit. You don't have time for knight d4. If you play knight d4, I take here, and that's not, your rook is hanging. So the threat here isn't enough. I'll stop analyze. Every time I analyze, I have to rejoin the game. So now I'm just going to observe the game and talk without moving the pieces. You guys are going to have to train your visualization. Shagam, 11 months in a row. Greetings from Norway. Thank you. Cheers to all the Norwegians in The stream, I know, for those who don't know, it's being broadcast on television in Norway. I think by NRK. And from what I've seen, they have pretty good coverage. So that's pretty cool when people from Norway are also tuning in here because they already have great coverage for chess. So now I'm no longer going to move pieces, just talk about the moves as the players start moving quickly. So bishop b4, a4, c5. This position just looks... Actually, I'm going to say something. Magnus is dead lost here. Magnus not only has no attack, because he can never mate on the light squares, because it's only white with his light square bishop. He's down a pawn. Our rooks have been traded. This bishop has this diagonal, but not a significant diagonal by any stretch. Magnus is actually just losing here. So he went for it, but after c5 and after these last couple of moves, no, Magnus is absolutely lost. Absolutely lost. This f3 pawn is going to fall. As soon as this queen moves away from the file, I'm going to play bishop g4, and none of the bishop or the knight can't defend it. It's going to be 2 pawns. His pawn structure is already bad. No, Magnus is completely lost. Magnus is going to fall to 0.5 out of 2. He's going to fall to 0.5. This is dead lost. And I don't even see a good counterplay here. I'm going to play bishop g4 next move. So let's assume I play rook e8 as black, as Magnus. I'm analyzing again. I play bishop g4. Okay, maybe I shouldn't play bishop g4 because of knight c6. I can still even do that. Bishop g4, rook e8, bishop g4, knight c6, rook d6. Just trade everything off. These endgames are brutal. So knight b4, rook f6. This pawn is falling. This pawn's falling. I don't care if this pawn is falling. No. This is a lost position for Magnus. We're just gonna watch the games and give some light commentary. That's a lost position. He's gonna have 0.5 out of 2, unless an epic blunder happens. It's very hard to blunder this position. The reason I'm quite confident in a rapid game here that Magnus is actually going to lose is because White's king is actually surprisingly a lot safer than Black's. The f file is closed. The queen of Black cannot enter White's position. And otherwise, White has command of the light squares. f3 is going to fall. As soon as f3 falls, his king is going to go on g2. It's going to be perfectly safe from any tactics. Absolutely, I think he's really going to lose this game. I absolutely think this is easier to convert than last game. Last game, there were threats around the king. Here, threats are going to dissipate very, very soon. I mean, it's a case where would you rather be up a piece, but your opponent is close to checkmating you, or up like 2 pawns without any threats, you know? And it's like, when you're up a piece, it's easy to blunder. You have that pressure, you're going to win. Here, you're up 2 pawns, and you can save king. So much easier to convert. Because you just can't blunder it. Or you blunder a pawn, but not the game. I think this is much easier to understand. I don't know. Magnus has one idea. Get that knight to g5, which protects this. Problem is, you get the knight to g5, I play bishop g4 and h4 and kick the knight out. I think this position is extremely bad. I think White's going to win. He's an outside pass pawn, up a pawn, everything like that. But, you know, as more time goes on, my prediction might look softer or look worse because he's taking his time, and as he gets low into blunders might happen at some point. But it's a very hard position to blunder. White is actually safer than black. If somebody can give me a way for White to make a blunder, I'll understand. One of the few ways to blunder is to blunder checkmate. The only way to blunder checkmate is to literally allow this queen to like take 10 moves, or actually to just hang a piece or hang a queen. But it's not easy to hang a queen because the queen has so many safe squares to go to. And this bishop doesn't do anything. So safe. Is there a place to see live results? I think we have a few links available, but the official website, somebody can maybe link it. Let me see. I don't know the commands. I'll have some things up, but here, this is the chess results website. I just posted it in the chat. That is the whole tournament. Let me refresh, make sure everything is there. Mohamed Yarov's game. Whoa. Oh, Carlsen's game. Okay, we have to pick one game. We're going to go with Magnus because I think he's going to lose. But he actually... crawling back here. He's crawling back here a little bit, which is impressive. There is no reason to allow black to get in h5 and knight d4. I'm being critical, but I played in this event and I messed up so many winning positions. I've messed up even worse than this before. But I have a feeling white's going to rise to the occasion. Allowing h5 and kicking the bishop off is a huge mistake. Allowing the knight to easily get to d4, I'm not sure about that. Maybe there's no way to stop it. I still think white is pushing here, but what I'm worried about with a move like king h2 is that the c5 pawn is going to be soft. C5 pawn. Okay, that's me confusing people. I mean the f2 pawn. But queen c5 probably just goes into a bad endgame. Queen c5 doesn't work. Because with queen c5 I can trade off, and I have an outside pass pawn. For example, if bishop takes, I can play b4. If pawn takes, I just start to push my a pawn as soon as b3 gets protected. Okay, this is still very good for white. Yeah, f2 is a way I can see somebody blundering. I just don't know how to get to f2. Queen a3, queen b2. Magnus in endgame is not to be underrated. Magnus is great in good endgames. He's not great in bad endgames. He's one of the best players in the world, but he doesn't have a huge advantage over other players. He doesn't display extreme defensive skills or extreme endgame skills from worse positions. He does get emotional and does make mistakes. But this position, if you can't trade queens, I don't know. I mean, again, white's king is still safer than black's king. In the future, I'm going to play queen e8. Then the queen is tied down to e5 and slowly push like that. I think Carlsen is going to lose and fall down to a worse score than I had last year. I think I had 1 out of 2. So that would be hilarious. The problem is they're keeping him on board 1 no matter how well he does. I'm refreshing. Anand's game here is a perpetual, as expected. The game between Pansuli and Carlsen, he did bring his queen to e8. That's a juicy square, walking on the light squares. King g7, b4, now the queen can't... Okay, this is... No. Magnus is now down 2 pawns. He's now down 2 pawns. He is close to drawing dead. His only hope is an opposite bishop drawn fortress or something. But unfortunately, Magnus himself said he doesn't believe in fortresses. So now the question is, where's the win? Oh, game over. Guys, Magnus lost. Magnus is done. Already lost. What an upset. He got crushed. He actually got destroyed. So what happened? The moves all came out once. b4, restricting black's queen. b5, just making a move because he's almost in zugzwang. Bishop b5, just saying thank you for the pawn. Knight here, a3. Why is a3 such a nice move? You know what the idea of a3? That pawn you can take. If you take a3, I play bishop d3, and now your knight is trapped. It's completely trapped. And it can't get out at all. So he can't take it. So he plays king h6. The queen f7. Continuing to walk along the light squares. Now, he brings the knight back to d4. Because it ended up he realized he can't take. And he has no moves. Knight f6. Threatening mate on h7. Or threatening mate with knight g8 check. Bishop g7. Queen takes g7. And he resigned. In this position, he's not only down he's down 2 connected pass pawns. He just got crushed. After king g7, knight check is the idea. He already resigned, but then he probably walked off the stage. King moves anywhere. Knight takes. He can actually still move the king. And he's not going to lose a piece. He's actually going to recoup the piece here because the knight has to move. or the bishop has to move. If the knight moves, the bishop hangs. If the bishop moves, the knight hangs. But then Pansulia would have absolutely played bishop e8. You take the knight, I take this pawn, then I take this next pawn, and that is 4 pawns ahead, which is worth even more than 4 pawns ahead. I mean, that's not even, we're not even worth talking about 4 pawns. And Magnus just got absolutely steamrolled this game. He went for a win, and he got completely handled there. The guy held his nerves. I mean, I'm happy my prediction went through because I was saying early on that I was sure he was going to win, but I didn't think he would win this badly. I thought it would take a few more moves in the end game, but this was just, I mean, wasn't even competitive. Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world rapid champion, is, if he doesn't pick himself up quickly, he's already close to mathematically eliminated. His tie breaks are going to be bad. I mean, when I mean mathematically eliminated, he's going to have to win every single game or something. He has a bad tie break now. Tie breaks matter. When you tie for first here, or second or third, you don't play playoffs. It all goes by tie breaks, and tie breaks are generally determined by how well you start. And a lot of times with such a large field, there's over 120 players, there's going to be a tie, mathematically, the same score. So who has the best tie breaks? Magnus already, with such a bad start. He's no longer going to be a guy who can rely on tie breaks. He has to not only win, he has to win outright. At 0.5 out of 2, this is, and you know what? He was outplayed tactically 2 games in a row. Tactically, he was outplayed. He did not. These haven't been positional games. The last game he had a positional edge, but his opponent changed the dynamics, imbalanced it, threw pieces at him, sacrificed, and Magnus couldn't handle it. This game, Magnus decided to do the same thing his opponent did, sharpen it up, and he got crushed. That's really bad, though. I mean, when was the last time you saw Magnus on 0.5 out of 2 against 2 2600 grandmasters? Rare. And he is the 2-time defending world rapid champion. I said Magnus is the best odds. Well, why wouldn't he have the best odds? He's the world #1 world champion and 2-time defending world rapid champion. He's a clear favorite in this event by every statistic, head to head, how he's done, how he's ranked. But I don't think he's a favorite to win both events together. Absolutely crushed, and I'm just impressed though by the nerves. I've lost as white, worse positions, and we saw how Boo played against Anand. What's up, Casey? It's if you're gonna annotate this game, this is a good game to annotate. It's a rapid game which holds value. Historically, people still consider rapid chess good chess, and he got crushed. He got crushed. You know, one thing I can equate it to, guys, for those familiar with the King's Indian, the best piece in the King's Indian is your light squared bishop. When you do this attack with E and F pawns without your light squared bishop, it's supposed to be bad. But Magnus knows that. He decided to play for a win. But usually attacks with these kingside pawns ruling do not work out without this bishop that's on C8, which helps support G5, G4. Without that light squared bishop, you are much worse. So he took a risk and strongly rebuffed. You know, the most impressive part to me was this sequence. Knight b4. He gave up his dark sword bishop, which means d4 is now available to Magnus, and he played c5. That's the move. That is the really important move that he did, because otherwise that other position would have justified his Magnus's sacrifice. As I said, knight c6, knight d4. c5 managed to liquidate a lot of material, because now after bishop h6 he took. Very nice combination here. After bishop c1 you can trade rooks and take here and then recapture. So for example, the rook has to stay on the back rank to protect c8. Let's say rook here, queen takes c8. You're down in exchange as white, but you're threatening a sacrifice. You also have a pawn as compensation, and your knight's going to jump in, but this pawn is dictating the game. This bishop and pawn are pretty much unstoppable, and this knight is going to bring in, and eventually white's going to have 3 pieces helping promote, and black's going to be overrun. So this is concrete, traded off the pieces, and with that, any hope for a really successful attack. but tough. Let's, we're still gonna get to follow his games because he's on board one no matter what. Is this thing Magnus? They're putting on board one as a world champion as a gesture, but if you're a betting person and you really like Magnus still, I'm sure his odds have gone down significantly. So let's see what happened in the game between Mamedyarov. So we left off here. H5 was played. H4, kicking the knight out. H5, trying to mate on G7. This is always the key square until he wants to play bishop E5. Trade off the czar's for bishop. Rook E1, F4. Risky. Bishop takes, rook takes. I'm almost thinking that he intended to take here. Because now, after rook F7, H6, this looks really risky. I think this was the intention. Maybe I'm wrong. And the idea is if you move the bishop out of the way, I'm going to take here. What did we miss? What did he miss? F3. And the queen can't go here. F3. F3 is the move. The queen has to stay on G5 to defend D4. So without that, let me get back to that, because I think that was a critical moment. H6. And now the threat is after f takes G3, rook E8 check, bishop F8, pawn takes G7 wins the game. So he doesn't have time to take on G3. This bishop and pawn. Too many mates being available. And now queen A8 check is being threatened. No, that was the blunder. Once that pawn got to H6, and now game over. Queen D6, rook E8. Okay, so I'm sure that was affected by time trouble, but Frezene just upset. Almost every top player is being eliminated. Not eliminated from the tournament, but they've given up a draw or a loss. Mamedyarov, Nakamura, Carlsen, Anand, Drew. Although a draw is actually 1.5 out of 2 is fine. Let's check the live games. But those are some of my favorites left. Who's still playing? Li Chao against Shigalko. This is a game ongoing. Ooh, this is imbalanced. Bishop is normally favored here in even material, 2 pawns apiece. But the problem is black's passed pawn is a bit more dangerous. As white, you'd love to get king h4, g5, g4, g5 in and run this h-pawn. The h-pawn will be very dangerous. But it's not easy to do that. Li Chao here is actually playing for the chessbrah team in the upcoming Pro Chess League, so means he's on 1 out of 1 right now. This is a big game. Rishuk is the only one left on 2 out of 2. Crazy. But Magnus, 0.5 out of 2, and he's still going to play GM, probably, as the highest rated player with 0.5 out of 2. So the story for those tuning in is Magnus Carlsen having a disastrous start, getting handily outplayed in both games. Lucky he doesn't have 0 out of 2, almost. Nakamura played an atrocious first round game, but escaped with a draw. A lot of shaky chess. So this game is ongoing, but the bishop on g6 controls b1. I think it's going to be a draw because, materials even, and it's an endgame. I think that's the simplest way. Don't want to overcomplicate it. But don't think you can get that b pawn down the board. Barring a blunder, I would probably prefer black with a knight and everything like that. But that's preference. Objectively, there's a good chance the players will draw. Black's preferable. White can absolutely blunder here somehow. Against knight, you just can never be too sure. But that's this one looks headed towards a draw. Aronian's also on 2 out of 2. No, the clocks here, the games are not being updated that quickly. DGT boards are not super good at controlling time scrambles, in my experience. uh, speed chess could still be improved in how boards react to quick movements. So you get delays even if you're at the actual venue at the source. What else is going on? Oh yeah, one of the top young players in the world, Vladislav Artemiev from Russia. He's got a 2800 blitz rating. He's 2700 rapid. He's over 2600 FIDE classical. He's 18 years old. He's a stud. He's a stud. He's a really good player. I like his chess a lot. I think he's very talented. He's going to be a future 2700, 2750. Um, I don't say that about all the good juniors. I think he has a lot of tools necessary, and he's an underdog to score a lot of upsets. Vladislav Artemiev from Russia. He might have 2 out of 2, but he's definitely got to watch out. 18 years old, and 2800 blitz, 2700 rapid, 2650 blitz. So already an elite player in every sense of the word. No women's games. I thought Canada was a progressive country, but obviously still blatant sexism. I'm not sure if that's a baiting comment or not. Women can play in this event. This isn't a men's event. I'm covering the main event because you can only cover so much. I don't know if that's just bait, but this tournament is open to women and men. And last year when I played, there were females participating. Uh, so I'm just covering the overall world championship. There is the women's event, only restricted to females, going on at the same time, but there are only so many games you can follow, and it's a much smaller event. The top female player in the world, Ho Yifan, is not playing in the event as far as I know. This game is ongoing. Oh, that looks winning for black. Knight and queen, so dangerous, and he's... Oh, never mind. See how quickly those things happen? That original position looked like it was winning. Then the board updated. Great bait. You guys can bait me. I don't mind entertaining a little bit. I think you have to react to that. I don't get offended. Black totally butchered this. Totally butchered. You can even take this pawn probably. Oh man. He allowed a perp. Not a perp. He had to trade queens, but now the simple draw is bishop g4 and knight g4 and king f3. I love it. I love the comments. Yeah, this is gonna be a draw. No, the black messed that up completely. Any other notable results? Yes. Vasily Ivanchuk beat Maxim Matlakov, a very strong Russian player, right about 2700. He moves to 2-2. So Ivanchuk, we're probably going to follow next round, who is a fan favorite. So right now, we're mainly waiting. Most of the games are done. Probably going to put a position on the board. Let me know who you want to follow next round. We're going to follow Magnus every round because it's entertaining, and now he's on tilt. He's absolutely on tilt. Everyone gets tilted in quick chess. Vichy gets tilted. There's a pretty funny video on YouTube where Vichy loses to Naka in a blitz event. He just hangs, I think, a rook or a piece, and the endgame is like a rook against a rook with a bunch of pawns. I don't know. It's one of the worst blunders. He just gets tilted. That's the only way to describe it. Everyone gets tilted, and it's really entertaining. So feel free to check the official website where they have the video camera feed. I think it's like Qatar Chess or worldchess.com/Qatar 2016. But watching the cameras, watching the players get nervous is pretty entertaining. Definitely encourage that. But right now, let's see. I might put a position on the board because almost all the live games are done. Lenny Dominguez Perez, Cuban #1. Resurgent recently moved back up to 2750 FIDE after hovering around 2700, kind of a stagnating. Now he's recovered. He's a former World Blitz champion. He's rated 2800 rapid. He's been playing on chess.com the past few days, definitely warming up. And he's moved. He's at 1.5 out of 2. He just drew Ryazantsev here as black. Ryazantsev, current Russian classical champion. What's up, Harstar? Hello from hello. Magnus got outplayed twice. Twice. He's at 0.5 out of 2. And yeah, I might even put some results on the board. We'll check. Naka's not on a live board. I'd love to watch Naka. He had to win this game to get back up. But right now, I'm going to put a position on the board for you guys. I'm going to take another break. Let me see. Once again, thanks to guys for subbing and following. I'd like to thank Fraggy27 for that. Very generous donation. And Tony Kraus and Shagam for the subs. And JBrand1. So I'm going to leave a position for you guys, a new position. As we wait for round 3. Black to play in this position. All right, guys, I'm waiting for the next round to start. Let me know if you have any questions about the field or what you think so far. But we're going to continue watching the up and down chess of Magnus Carlsen because at some point he's going to catch fire. We just don't know when and if it will be too late or not. His tie breaks are down the drain, and I mean, even his World Championship match was extremely shaky, only because of his own blunders. I think in that case, he needs to show something because in the World Championship match, there was a lot of uncharacteristic Magnus mistakes. For this, what do you guys think of this puzzle? Not really puzzle, it's just position, but block. Shirtless streamer Ion sub, great comment. One of my predictions, I think Grishuk is going to win one of the tournaments. It might be this one. I have a good feeling about Grishuk, but that's still an underdog pick. But honestly, if Magnus loses one more game, I cannot. I mean, he's really almost like mathematically ruled out. I think. Another thing is people play good against Magnus. Everyone wants to beat Magnus or play Magnus. It's a dream matchup, so a lot of guys really rise to the occasion as the underdog. But getting the chance to play the world champion, you play better against stronger players. Usually, you often do. I mean, these guys are pretty psychologically tough. They're professional players, so yes, you can get nervous against high-rated players, but most of these guys actually end up playing better. So custom mods, thanks for that resub. So I don't think this puzzle, or I just saw this position yesterday. I don't think it's overly complicated. I think e2 is the first move. The rook can go to a couple squares. So if it goes to d2, I'm going to play bishop d4 check. If the king moves to the corner, rook f1 is mate, so you take. And now I'm going to double rooks, threatening rook f1 mate. And there's no way to stop that. So you win the exchange, right? But the exchange is still significant. I mean, the exchange is winning, to be frank. If e2 rook d6 check, the problem with e2 rook d6 check is I think king e7, and now I have dual threats of rook f8 and h4. So you don't have time to play this because I have h4 and the rook gets hit. And e2 here, of course check. Double the rooks, threatening mate. I make space, doesn't matter where, let's say h3. You throw in a check, they're not going to take, they move their king over. And now bishop c3. And the rook is hit. Oh, you're saying rook f8 first? Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's playing this game. I just saw this. We're waiting for round 3 to start. It should be starting shortly. But it looks like not all the games are done. E2, rook d6, king e7. Okay, this line. That makes some sense. E2, rook d6, king here, rook d2. Carlsen's playing an IM, huh? That's interesting. This might hold. Let's see the pairings though for round 3, and we'll get back to that. While we're watching these guys make mistakes, we have to work on some chess too. Okay, the games still aren't updated. Bishop d4 here doesn't have as much effect because of bishop d6. So that's why it's an improvement for white. I just saw the position on Facebook. I actually, I mean, don't know anything else about it. Haven't put it through an engine. Just want to work the brain in the morning. Magnus is playing an IM. Yes, you know something is wrong when you get paired against an IM. IMs are fine, but in this field, IMs are fish. How did Naka do? Let's go over some round 2 results. I'm going to actually load up round 2 results. Round 3 pairings are out. Magnus is playing a Chilean IM. Board 1 is Tomaszewski against Ivanchuk. Board 2, Bassem, Egypt #1 against Lavon Aronian. Board 3, Grishuk and Salem. Board 4, Yu Yang. There are about 15 players with a perfect score. Interesting. Okay. How's Naka doing? Naka drew Wei Yi. So Naka's on 1 out of 2. Nepomniachtchi drew again. 3 of my 4 favorites are at 50% or lower. Daniel Dubov, who drew Magnus Carlsen last year in the World Rapid Tournament, 2,700 Rapid players at 0 out of 2. Tough event. You got 2,700 to 0 out of 2. Tough. What's up, Night Factory? So I am going to follow Salem against Grishuk. Absolutely. I'm waiting for the new games to pop up. Did Naka beat Wei Yi? Because on the pairings in the official website it says Naka drew Wei Yi. Sorry, on chessresults.com, which is what I usually use. What's up, Chess at 3? James, 4,300 is right. Let's get some energy. Absolutely. It means we might have to turn on a little bit of music. You know what I like? Some people don't like EDM, that's okay. But if you go to like sports games, they often play EDM during electronic dance music during breaks. So I can do this with a clear conscience. For example, I can play this song. play a bit of Darude Sandstorm for like a minute while we wait for the next games. Although that quality's bad. That's not a good video. That's bad quality. Let's try this. There we go. Let's try this. Waiting for round 3, guys. Magnus needs to win. He needs to win. He really does. This field is way too strong to win 10 in a row. Like, he's not going to make a huge comeback, realistically. I'll put a real teaser. I'll put an easy one for you guys. For those who didn't get the last one, and I didn't solve it, I didn't. White to play and draw. White to play and draw this position while we wait for round 3. Where can you see the results? Type in ! standings in the chat. Oh, this is the music video. There's a dog in it. That's not the right one. White to draw here, guys. No engines. This is an engine-free stream because this is rapid chess or blitz chess. As we can see, we use an engine. Magnus would look like a amateur player. All of us would. These guys, we can't call them when they have no time on the clock. It's a bit different than classical chess. So, engine-free stream for everything. These are just humans playing with limited time. I don't know what that was. I played the first thing on YouTube, and I guess this is a music video, and there's a dog in it. But anyways, I'm just waiting for round 3. The games still aren't up. Maybe they have technical issues, but the games still are not up. Let's close a couple of games. They have started playing. They have started playing. Well, then what's up with the games? What's up with the relay? What's up with the relay? Where are the new games? Come on. This is the issue. Gotta get that technology a little bit better. What's the solution to this? You run the king over. And because this king is stuck in this corner, the queen just doesn't beat the king and a knight. You can pretty much do a ring around a rosy around this position. The king can never move. So, as long as the knight stays on e7. If somebody should, yeah. The only way to lose this as white. Actually, I don't even know how to lose it. Don't know how to lose it. Where's the next round? Come on. Sorry for the delay there. That's again not fully in my control. Apparently chess 24 is also down, so it's not just me. So check, you can try whatever you want. Actually, it's actually very hard to blunder. That's the funny thing about it, right? You can't actually blunder very easily because you're just forced to move your king. 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 Easy draw once you realize that your knight can't catch the pawn. So that's one I saw yesterday as well. Okay, well, if this continues to be down, then I'm gonna have to relay the games in a different way. But I'm optimistic it's gonna be fixed. Magnus is selling. Okay, I'm actually going to manually do it for now. Just give me a sec. I'm going to manually do his first game and hope that the boards correct themselves. So I'm not going to be super frustrated. Okay. So let's check his game. He's playing white. Magnus playing white. E4, C5, knight f3, D6. Playing a Najdorf. So, well, he definitely needs a win. No reason not to avoid it. And the guy plays knight C6, so not quite the Najdorf. What we might call the classical Sicilian or the Richter Rouser, depending. Bishop G5, E6. Queen D2, A6. Castle, H6. Knight C6 takes. Bishop f4, d5, queen e3, bishop b4, a3, bishop a5, bishop e2, castle, e5, knight h7. Magnus once again playing white against an IM. This is the current position. And there we have it. He's playing white here, and this is theory. Yeah, Richter Rouser Sicilian. Black has a very solid structure in the center. He'd love to mobilize it with c5, but at the same time, white has gained some space with e5, and so I mean, you want to play h4, g4, g5, and just pretty much, it's a sharp game. Queen side, opposite side castling. Black's going to try to use the b file, and use this potential of if you can get d4, you know, then this pawn mass is pretty scary. But at the same time, knight on h7 isn't great, and white wants to play h4, g4, g5, bring a rook to the g file, and it depends, you know, who goes first. Now, if it doesn't turn sharp, I could give you an example where it's not going to be as sharp as a possibility, is against the structure, huge battles over the c5 square, and white has this idea of playing knight a4 as well. And knight a4 can be very effective. Let me just give an example. Let me say h4, rook b8. Instead of playing g4, you still need a couple moves to prepare. You can first throw in, insert knight a4. And not only, it stops bishop b6, and it also stops c5. And for example, let's say queen e7 just to get the queen off the back rank, and you play a move like queen c5. A lot of times these endgames are preferable for white. I mean, this is an isolated pawn. As long as this is blockaded, this is going to be a weakness. So that's a positional way of playing in case Magnus is a bit shaky right now in his tactical abilities and he wants to play positionally. Knight a4 with the idea of queen c5 or knight c5 is very, very common against this e6, c6, d5 formation. It really nicely controls every single square that's, you know, threatening threatening white. What's up, FCST fan? Nice to see you here. So, he's white. He has a better position. So Sicilian, it's going to be a sharp game. We'll check on some other games. Are they loaded? What's going on? What is going on here? The games are not loaded. Let me take off these arrows so you guys don't get blind or something. I may have to change my templates. Because chess.com was relaying them, but now I don't even see the games. What is going on? If this continues, I'm just going to change the template, especially for next round. I could do it right now. It takes a bit of time. About 5 minutes. H4 rook b8 has been played on the board, and knight a4 I think is a serious consideration. I think it would be so annoying for Magnus. I mean, if he were to be knocked out on the first day, he has 2 more days of play left. I mean, that's almost unprecedented. Monaca has a bad game. He often recovers. Magnus normally recovers very well. I was 0.5 out of 2 though. Is in an open event is already a dire situation. I can't think of too many guys who've come back and won the world championship. They've come back to take top 3, but to win with your tie breaks being bad, and it's very hard. So what's this game like? So bishop c, knight a4 has been played, and bishop c7. Well, why bishop c7? Because he wants to play a5. Still not sure what a5 does. I like his position. As long as Magnus controls c5, I think Magnus is going to do best in positions he controls. These tactical fights, he's feeling good. He went to Australia. He had vacation. He's like, he's ready to enter these sharp games. But something's still off. So I think in this game it'd be nice for him to control it, to win a nice, smooth game against this IM, and slowly work his way back into the event without taking too many tactical chances here. So knight a4, this slower way of playing, I enjoy. I don't see how he can mess this one up. I really don't. I don't know how an IM will be able to like avoid mistakes. Although this guy is like, you know, he's an IM, he can still play well and hold the balance. It's very unlikely, unless Magnus makes mistakes as white. Chess.com, guys, where are the boards? They didn't update them. Unfortunate. The game between Tomaszewski and Ivanchuk on the real board won knight f3, c5, c4, knight f6. Well, I will change the setup next round, knowing that it's not working. I have to figure out what I can do. The relay is being very inconsistent. We have a hedgehog here. And I'm just going to fast forward to the current position. Bishop g5, knight bd7, queen d2, castle. Peter Svidler, I think, is playing as well. I want to see how he's doing. He's not a favorite, but he's still a contender to finish near the top. Bishop f4, knight e8, rook ac1, h6. Ivanchuk playing a very classical opening. I mean, it's dynamic with a hedgehog like this. People don't play it as much anymore. This way of playing. It fell out of fashion, but he doesn't follow those trends. He is very versatile. So this is the current position between Tomaszewski as white. They're both on 2 out of 2, both super grandmasters here. And yeah, white has more space in the hedgehog. This is just always gained because of c4 controlling b5 and d5. It looks passive for black, but at the same time it's very flexible, and he hasn't made any serious weaknesses or committal moves. So you do want to play for d5 or b5 as black. Maybe next move he's ready to play knight e5 or f5 actually. Maybe f5 then knight f6, but this is actually, I'll just say it looks weird for black, but it's actually quite stubborn, and it's an actual way of playing. So this isn't as weird as it looks. Back to the game between Magnus and the Chilean IM. He went bishop d3, improving his bishop to a bit of a better diagonal. Moves are updated now, somebody says, on Chess24. Oh, Svidler is not playing, he was sick. Oh, that's unfortunate. He was on the list. Okay, that sucks. So bishop d3. Ooh, this game is getting sharp. Between the IM is coming for Magnus. Let's see how Cristobal Henriquez Villagra does. The underdog here, guys. He has played f6. Magnus immediately gives, pushes the pawn to g4, and some action is about to take place on the king side here. White is black now. By playing f6, e6 is now even weaker. But look at the problem with this position is you trade everything off, you're left with all these weak pawns and light squares, and you'd love to play queen f6 and threaten to trade queens and attack this pawn, but the rook on b8 is hanging. So in this position, I think you just get run over. g5 comes next move, bishop h7, with the eventual opening of the h file to g file. This bishop on c8 is just so bad. Very comfortable position, but g4 has been played. fe5, bishop e5, knight f6 played. They're moving quite quickly now. White has, Magnus has 12.5 minutes, black has 9 minutes here. Magnus Carlsen, guys, needs to win this game. That's the current story of the event. Is the two-time defending world champion, only player in history like that for Rapid. Most players, a few players have won the World Rapid Championship, but nobody's won it twice in a row except for Magnus. He's already in a must-win situation he's in, I think, 70th place right now. What place is Magnus in? Magnus is in 91st place right now after 2 rounds. So that's the current situation here. So it's a must-win game. He plays f3 here, keeping the structure intact, stopping the knight from jumping to e4, protecting this pawn. I mean, you'd love to play this move, but you don't want to allow knight to g4. And then f2 is hit, and the bishop is hit, and you'd love to play queen e4, but the d-pawn's in the way. So first f3, preparing g5. Check on the Tomaszewski game, but this position is great for Magnus. Positional trumps, tactical ideas available. He's doing good everywhere on the clock, tactically, positionally. He's doing great here. Tomaszewski against Ivanchuk. A couple more moves have been played. After rook d8, he did knight d3, knight ef6, e4, queen b8, queen e2. So white is now grabbing more space, and he's going to eventually try to convert that. But this is going to be a long game. Hedgehogs are seriously complicated. So f3 has been played here. And now we're waiting for black's reply. You don't like the way I'm talking about your boy Magnus. I'm sorry about that, but he's in 91st place. Why don't I like Aronian? No, I'm going to cover Aronian's game, but this round we're covering Ivanchuk. Also, the games aren't live, so on chess.com, so I'm doing this manually, laboring. So f3, knight e8, oh, f4, taking the space. Hoping that if bishop takes e5, Magnus is actually going to take with this pawn, making this knight look atrocious. Can't go there. You can go to c7. Doesn't have a good future. The education system has failed the knight in this case. And then g5 is coming, g6, rook f1, opens up the f file. There's no attack against white's king though, just a nice example. Queen a5, I can play b3 and you're out of moves. You're out of any more attacking moves. Rook f1, g5, just bad. But this is going very badly for the Chilean, for sure. Magnus is he's not even taking any risk. He's going to attack with a free hand in every aspect, positionally, tactically. There's no risk at all here, and so I'm quite confident we're going to see a pretty nasty finish in this game. Tomaszewski's game. rook e1, queen a8, rook e1, rook c8, and now bishop d2. Maybe preparing to play f4. This is going to be a fun game to watch because at some point white has to not only take the space, he's going to take the space, he's going to have the spatial advantage, but he's going to actually have to push that. At a certain point, he's going to have his pawn on e4, f4, maybe h3, g4, and something's going to give. And black's trying to play b5 or d5. But he's not going to, you know, the position is going to explode at some point. I can pretty much guarantee that. This position here, oh man, he actually played it. I mean, I'm not sure it's a good thing that I'm being able to predict black's moves. Black's moves are his position and the way he's playing is not good at all. And yeah, this is exactly, yeah, they're actually playing exactly that. I mean, look at this bishop, look at this knight, look at this rook. b3, there's not a single move on the board. I don't have a single move suggestion here for black. I don't even know how to make this bishop great again. I don't know how to make this knight great again. I don't know how to improve the working potential of these minor pieces. Even if you give me time, what are you going to do? No, you can't do that. Knight here, then queen c5. The knight here, I mean, I can even play king b2. This is such a poor position. Do you know what Magnus did, guys? He did something even nicer. He actually decided to calculate. He played rook f1. That's gross. That is very gross, guys. The idea of rook f1, just to show you. Queen takes a4. You can take on f1 first, doesn't matter because of the file. I take, check. I give a check. King goes to g8. I play rook f1, and there's no way to stop mate on f8. That Magnus is just hanging a piece, giving a free piece, because of how bad this position is. There's no way to stop queen f8 mate. No way. This is, as I said, this is going to be a really gross finish. You cannot have your pawns a6, e6, c6, d5, a bishop on c8, knight on e8. This is bad. This is now we have a checkmate here, no matter what. Magnus taking out his frustrations on a young Chilean international master, Cristobal Villagra. That is the current game we're following here. He's really taking it out on this guy. He didn't have to play rook f1, but it's definitely the crushing. It's the best move too. It's actually just mate. G5? No, that's everything. Everything is mate. Mate. Knight f6. You're right. I missed knight f6. What happens if I take? And now I'm threatening f7. Queen f4 also stops the mate. We got a few suggestions from the crowd. But Magnus will move to 1.5 out of 3 at least with this game. Knight f6 is the only move to prolong it, but actually f7, f8 it doesn't change anything. Knight d6 followed by bishop e7. After knight d6, your rook is also hanging. So knight d6, queen takes d6, queen f8 threaten mate and forking because b8's hanging. So that game is actually going to be over. We're going to check on that. That one is going to be over though. Bishop d2. What happened in the Tomaszewski game here? Oh, we have moves in his game though. Knight f6. Ooh. Knight f6. Take. What the heck? Did I miss something? Oh, okay. He did a different move order. His opponent did play a better defense than what I looked at, but that doesn't change the position. But king f7, rook here, now knight f6. So Magnus took, g5, f5. So this is the current position. his opponent realized the king isn't better on g8, it's better here, because you're just getting mated on g8. So that's at least the best you could do. g6 is now the most recent move on the board. King, if it goes up or anywhere, queen f8 is coming in. So he took here, and now queen d6. And there's a dual threat. Queen takes b8. So the good thing is the game is not, it is completely lost, but it's going on for a few more moves. Bishop takes f5 is the current threat as well because the pawn is pinned. So, okay, his opponent did resign. There's a lot of threats here. There's, yeah, rook here, bishop here. This rook's hanging. His opponent did resign here. So Magnus officially moves to 1.5 out of 3. You're playing without a piece on c8, and that's enough to just lose the game in such a sharp opening like the Sicilian. So back to board 1, Tomaszewski against Ivanchuk. Wow, that sucks. So bishop d2 happened, rook fd8, rook cd1, bishop f8, knight a4, bishop c6, knight c3, bishop e7, knight a4, bishop c6. They just made a draw in this sort of position. The reason you don't play f4 too easily is then you always have to worry about e4. But this game would normally be safe, sort of very sharp. These guys deciding to take it easy, rest up, not take too much risk, move to 2.5 out of 3. So Ivanchuk Tomaszewski draw. I'd love to be able to follow now another game, and I'm gonna do it one way or another. But I'm gonna change up the template since my games are no longer being broadcast here. So Magnus wins. Board 1 is just a relatively fast draw, which benefits both players. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move this up. Let me message somebody. Let's get our current position up. Aronian. Next position is Aronian's position. Oh man, this is tough. I have to manually insert it until the next round. So let me bring you up to speed. Aronian against Amin Bassem. Aronian playing white here. I do apologize that the games just stopped broadcasting on the website that I was taking them from. Bishop f5, bishop a3, knight d7. Aronian on 2 out of 2 once again playing white here. g5. Oof, that's one of the ugliest moves I've seen. Knight d5 played. f6. Is this for real? I guess so. It definitely is. It's not losing. His king can run around. These guys are playing super fast. So he won an exchange with that knight d5, knight c7 thing. Guys, stop playing so quickly. I can't catch up to the game. Rook d here, bishop f8. So black's trying to build a fortress here because the king side is closed up. But Aronian definitely looks like a very happy camper right now in the live feed. Almost there. It's going to be a serious hand workout for me. Current position, Aronian playing white here. They're both under 5 minutes. He's up in exchange, but you run the risk of fortresses potentially. I mean, that's what the idea for black is here. To you'd love to close everything down, because just having the d file is probably not enough. Especially this bishop isn't in the game. I'd love to be on e6 or somewhere else. So some conversion still needs to be done here. Bishop c3, knight d7, a3 played, preparing b4. You'd love to go b4, take, and then try to play c5 and find bishop c4 for your piece. Guys, as I said, I can switch. I have to actually configure the template, so I have to do that in between games. That's right, hand workout. There's different ways to work out your hand, and playing chess is one of them, isn't it? Isn't that what we're all referring to when we work out our hands? Since we're all chess players in here, everyone here plays chess, right? Or are people here for a different hand workout? I assume we're all chess players. And chess players only use their hands for chess, right? Of course, obviously. Going back to this position, king e7 played. The idea is that if b4, c5, and you just really want to hold on the dark squares. Like, you're almost considering to play knight b4 here, with the idea of bishop a5 and b6. To be like, hey, I just want to show this as an example. I believe there is a breakthrough. It takes some time to set up. I don't believe this holds. I don't think this is an actual fortress, but it looks like it puts up a little bit of resistance. My friend who doesn't play chess says Carl Magnus every time. Thoughts on this rename? Carl Magnus? I like his name, so I don't normally alter it. A lot of people call him Maggie. I mean, not as an actual nickname. I mean, friends of his call him Maggie. So let's move back a little bit though. Back up, back up, back up. c5. He didn't go b5. He wants to keep the position open. He takes, knight d takes, and now bishop d3. I don't believe there's a fortress, but it's going to take some effort to actually find a breakthrough. Maybe he just wants to play bishop e4 and rook b1 and attack, gang up on this pawn. It's still going to take some work, and it's going to be a long game, but it should be a pretty good. I mean, Aronian, there's no excuse for him not to win this game. So we should be in for some good conversion, hopefully. We're almost at 700 people, even though I'm doing manual input right now, so that's good. I woke up at 3 p.m. yesterday, so if I woke up at 3 p.m. today, I would miss the entire day of chess. You're at a disadvantage in NA. Most good chess events are outside of your time zone, although that's changing a little bit with St. Louis. Bishop c7, bishop e4 as expected, and b6, since that pawn is one way or another, it's going to come under fire. And the whole idea here is white has a rook. The rook needs to get behind the position. You'd love to have the rook here and start checking from behind and taking advantage of black from behind his king and things like that. But how do you get the rook? How do you maneuver? How do you maneuver behind? That's the question. Because otherwise, these knights and the bishop are very, very coordinated and stable. I mean, this rook right here is not restricting any of black's pieces, so you definitely do want to improve it. There's some really good memes in the chat right now. Keep it up, guys. That's great. Memes are healthy for the ecosystem of any Twitch stream. Good suggestion from Maddie. Rook A1, bishop E7, rook A7. So he's saying rook A1, and I want to play bishop E7 next move. Because that hangs a bishop, but then A6 becomes loose. So that's a good suggestion. And it might lead... As I said, I don't believe this is a fortress, so I do think there is a way to break it, and that might be the way to get in. To play bishop E7. So what he's referring to is, let's say you move your king, now I play bishop E7. The only problem is, it's a little bit, let's say rook A7. Are we getting him from behind? I'm a little worried about moves like B5, bishop B6, although it might not threaten anything. This might be it, but as you can say, there's a real struggle. There's a real struggle to still squeeze in there. There's not a lot of space to work with. I mean, let's say black just shuffles his king over here. I assume the idea then is to take here and try to king walk or king walk down there, but that's progress for white. That's progress for white, for sure. So rook A1, that's an interesting idea. What did he do? I've actually been analyzing without checking. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We just missed something, guys. He didn't have to go from behind at all. He didn't have to activate that rook. Bishop E4, B6. Bishop C6. Bishop D6. Rook B1. Knight B8. He just blundered a pawn. So, anticlimactic. Just blundered a pawn. White took, said thank you, and after bishop to c7, he plays rook b5. Even though this bishop is loose, this knight is also loose now because the bishop is on c7. So he just lost the pawn, and then there's absolutely no fortress. This is how he just resigned here, but it makes sense because now there's a passed pawn. Now the rook has a file. You're down an exchange on a pawn. No, then your fortress ideas are absolutely done. So no resistance actually from the Egyptian. I've played him I think a couple times at the World Blitzen Rapid. I messed up winning positions. He's very resourceful, but in this game he must have just made a basic oversight there. So did I update that? Yeah, Magnus is at 1.5 out of 3, which isn't the worst score. It's kind of like if he started off 1.5 out of 2 and he lost against the top player. That would have been acceptable. The way he did it looks worse because he started off badly, but there's a lot of good players on 1.5 out of 2. And after this round, I'm switching. I'm going to try to switch the setup ASAP. Remember, there's 5 rounds of rapid chess today, and we're just doing round 3 right now. And my board died on me. See, the one benefit of this interface is I can make moves, but I can absolutely switch it next round. I'm actually going to potentially switch it to the official website. So don't leave because of that. Let's see what else is going on. Salem and Grishuk. Salem and Grishuk. You know what? I have an idea. I have an idea now. Maybe I can actually get the games quicker. I have another idea. Without having to manually input, because there's still some really good actually most of the games are still ongoing. The round is not over. I don't want you guys are gonna get bored of me just making innuendos pretty soon, so we're now gonna follow the game between Alexander Grishuk and Salem Saleh. That's board 3. Grishuk against Saleh here. Here we go, guys. Round 3. Alexander Grishuk, one of the favorites, at least one of my picks. A real speedster. Actually, he's not a speedster. He's known for letting his time go down to 1 or 2 seconds on the clock, and then playing a crazy good move. Almost nobody else does that because you're gonna have a heart attack at some point. It's bad for your health when you're always about to flag, but he's addicted to it, and he pulls it off often. So Grishuk playing black against Salem, the top player from the United Arab Emirates, and yeah, you know, strong 2600 grandmaster. This position here, black is up a pawn. White has a little nice formation in the center over here, but sharp stuff here. I think if you trade off all the pieces, you got to favor black with that extra pawn on the queen side, and just none of the tactical abilities. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this, and now I'm trying to figure out how to evaluate this position, because it feels like, let's say I take, that maybe this is closer to a draw than any other result. The e-pawn will provide sufficient counterplay. Each pawn is hanging, and let's say you just move out of the way. This feels like the sort of position that one side might end up a pawn. Black might end up being up a pawn at the end of all this, but you need to have more material than that in a lot of these endgames. Especially those double H pawns aren't great. Maybe the knight, maybe bishop d4, knight e4. Okay, I mean, the way I've played it looks good for black, but the sort of idea that you sacrifice this e-pawn to distract black. So rook c3 is what happened? Rook c3, knight c3. This actually happened. Now fe5, fe5, ef5, bishop f5. Okay, this did happen on the board. It did make sense. That line we just looked at looked good for black. At least no risk. Knight c4, bishop d4, bishop c5. And Grishuk now is putting serious pressure on, because the whole point is you have to trade. There's no way. I mean, you can't bring your king in. Your bishop's pinned. You can play knight e2, but you fall for knight e5. So bishop c5 takes. Now this pawn is hanging no matter what, so the only move you have is e6, but then after king f6 you either decide, hey, I take this. Yeah, no, black can't take this pawn because of bishop g8 picking this up, but if black makes a waiting move first, this pawn will eventually fall. So whether it's like here, now this pawn is hanging, the only way to defend it is to play this, and I think in this sort of position probably I can bring my king to e5, bishop c8, and I should be able to win that by force, but maybe the simplest way is to go for a pure endgame, knight e4, bishop e4, then bishop f5, bishop e6, black will just be up a clear pawn, bishops of the same color, that is winning. So Grishuk now, all of a sudden, with very good winning chances, yeah, bishop c5 takes, king f6, and you defend passively once again. I'm going to play knight d6, threatening knight e4, also covering the e8 square, and things are going to be bad because I can actually get away with king e5 with the same idea. Let's say move here, king e5. You wait for the king to go e5, you play e7. Unfortunately, that doesn't do anything. Then I put my king back to f6 because the knight is on d6 covering e8. This pawn falls, then white loses his only asset. So current position, let's get back to that, is he went for e6, king e7 instead. I'm not sure, but oh, and you can't play king f6, that's the point. Bishop e4, take, king e6, knight c5, king d5, knight d7. That's a bit of a race. Now one of the critical lines is knight b6, and the whole idea is white's not going to take, because after a b6 he wins the race, but after knight f6, king here. If you take this, I take this, black is up a pawn, the a pawn runs quickly, but maybe you can start to push the pawn and harass a little bit here and here, and at least it takes black a bit longer to recoup. Feels like black is on the good side of that though, still. Grishuk retaining some winning chances, because the question is, can this knight take this pawn and come back in time? If it can, that's a draw, because white's king will then pick up this pawn, but if it can't, surely the a pawn has to be the fastest. So, waiting for some more moves here. Hello, Tebey Johnston. Guys, we're still not breaking 700. We're close. We're going to break that barrier at one point. Maybe Magnus has to lose another game or Naka has to get beaten up, but we are going to break that barrier one way or another. Shirtless, no, it's too early in the morning to suggest such things. So I'm expecting knight b6. Do you know what he might be considering? And I think I was analyzing too quickly. Apologies. Maybe a5. Maybe a5 to just push that pawn up and say, hey, you play knight f6, king d4, knight here, knight b2, and this pawn is already 2 squares up. I'm going to take this. For example, king here, knight takes king here, and for sure, you know, this is the sort of race I was referring to where this pawn is much faster, and even the knight can sacrifice back. I think he's actually taking time here because a5 is a very, very reasonable move here. And then to prepare knight b2. I think Grishuk is winning. Let's see what happened. Oh, he did play a5. Okay. King f3. Oh, knight b2. King g4. Knight a4. King h4. King d6. So now the knight can't go to some critical squares. Knight f6. Knight c3. Knight can't go back here. Can't go here. Has to take the long way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So... but maybe we can stop the knight from getting over. Or we actually be precise, and I might even throw in knight d1. So knight c3, I don't think I should go for the race. I think maybe knight d1 here is kind of a nice move, and then push. Because of here, 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 here. I have a feeling I'm making some crappy analysis there. Maybe you should just let the pawn go all the way. Push, 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 and bring your king in. And king c3. And now you can't stop it. So here, 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 here. This endgame. So the current position, though, just I'm making analysis, but it is the point of the game where you can kind of both players are looking at this sort of stuff. Is that after this happened up until here, and now he did king c5. I think his idea is to play king b4, king d3, so the knight can't access either c2 or c4, which are both squares that cover a1 and a3. So, but he went knight c2, king c4, and now the idea is, hey, if you go here, I go there, and the knight's trapped. If you go here, I go here, and again, knight is kind of trapped. So he plays knight a1, trying to separate a3, king g5, knight e4 check. And he didn't do this move. I guess probably because of knight c5, knight b3, or knight d2, knight b3. I don't know, he went king f4. I think it should still be losing. Knight c5, and now that we have the current position on the board. Knight c2 was played, c2. I mean a2. King e3, king c3, knight here, knight a1. Knight b3 resigns. He resigned, but a very, very nice game by Grishuk. Seriously though. Yes, he was always better there, but I mean, I don't see any mistakes. It looks like a pretty flawless conversion to me. Completely dictated the tempo there. So that game is over, and Grishuk moves to 3 out of 3. Grishuk, when I did my preview show on chess.com a couple days back, I picked Grishuk as like not a dark horse, but he hasn't had a good year. His ratings have fallen off, but I think he not only he can beat Magnus 50% of the time, straight up in speed chess. He's a massive problem for Magnus to deal with. He's outplayed Magnus a lot in Blitz. I think he's. I think he'd be a rival for Magnus, and he's very against the other guys. Well, he can actually just compete with them quite comfortably. How many rounds? There's 15 rounds in the World Rapid, 21 in the World Blitz. First 3 days of competition are World Rapid, which is about 30-minute games, 5 rounds a day, and then World Blitz is 21 games over 2 days. Why am I not playing? I'm in Canada this year for it's pretty far away, pretty expensive to go there, and I have a tournament coming up that is a bit more important. But yeah, it's a bit inconvenient. You kind of miss Christmas, you miss New Year's. It's pretty far away, pretty crappy travel. Canada to Qatar. Actually, there are no. I mean, Wesley So's not playing, Caruana's not playing. No Canadians playing. Only one American, which is Naka. It's just very far and not so convenient from North America. If it was close by, I'd probably consider it more, but flying to Qatar for 5 days and then flying back, it's like 2 days travel almost to go there, unless I have really good flights, and like 2 days back to account for. It's like 4 days of traveling and 5 days of playing. And if I really want to do well there, I should actually get there early because of jet lag, which is 9 hours. So it's not, and you have to pay everything. It's a pretty expensive trip, especially because I'm not a contender to win any of the top prizes. How is Nepomniachtchi doing? That's a great question. Let me bring up his game. There are still a few games going on, and we're going to go to the game between... We're going to go to a game here. Let me bring up a new game for you guys. Still a few games going on. Let's bring up this game. This is between Malikov against Arjan Tari, another opponent I'm going to play in a few weeks. Norway's number 4 grandmaster right now, a 17-year-old, I believe. This is a very pleasant... Oh, no, that's not the current position. This is the current position. He beat Malikov, who's playing white. He's Russian, about 27-15 rated. He beat me in the World Cup, and he beat me in the World Blitz last year. But we played a match at the World Cup. He won 1.5. He's 27-15, very solid guy. And here he loves endgames and tactical positions. Here, this knight, these double B pawns, it's quite unpleasant. The real question is, can you break through though? Because you play king d4, and you allow king f5, and then you have to deal with that. So he is considering weighing those possibilities. And I don't think that's good. King d4, king f5, knight here. Now bishop to e6. And now you're losing this f4 pawn. And you don't want to race against the bishop. Knights often lose against bishops, even if the material's even. Especially from his position of strength, no reason to risk it. So he didn't go for that. He went instead. So we have a technical endgame here. Knight e4, king f5. No, knight e4, bishop c6, king f5 now, king e3. King e6, knight g4, bishop b7, knight e5, bishop d5, and that's the current position we have between Tari and Malikov. He's 27-15, but he's very solid. Just his repertoire, just his style. Yeah. Are there any non-solid people over 2700? I'm not sure what kind of question that is. Often, Alexei Shirov. right now, Richard Rapport, Veselin Topalov, um, Joe Bava has often been over 27. Plenty of players over 2700 who are not as solid. They're not in the majority, but they're there. Ivanchuk is not a solid player result-wise. Ding Liren likes to play sharp positions, but I'm going to say solid. Namadyarov, not solid. Nepomniachtchi, not solid. And then most of the top guys are solid, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is also not solid. Very aggressive opening repertoire. So I'd say most of them are more on the solid side, but you got a good maybe 30% who are a bit more aggressive. So we're waiting for some of the last games to finish. This is a grind, and the knight plus better pawn structure is a nightmare to defend against. So even if this is a draw, it's a nightmare to deal with, because the knight's going to keep finding ways to penetrate. And for example, they're making moves. Bishop g2, knight d4, bishop f1. At some point, white can stop the 50-move draw rule by playing f5. But it looks like the way black is defending, it seems like white can never really win one of these pawns by force, unless he brings his king over. And if he brings his king over, he leaves himself vulnerable for f4. And for example, f5 here I take, knight takes, king here, and you just made g5 very weak. I mean, you could still play this on though. Knight here, king here, here, with the idea that you can't take because I take here. You traded everything off, but on the same side, this shouldn't be winning unless you can somehow. The problem is the king and pawn endgame is not winning. If the king and pawn endgame was winning, then you could kick the king out eventually by checking the king and gaining opposition, maybe. But the king and pawn endgame is not winning as long as black has any sort of opposition. So this is very technical, but not overly complex. It's so bunch of moves that keep coming in, and he did go for f5. He went for f5 at precisely that moment too. f5 take. King f4. You see, that's a very nice move. Of course, knight's better centralized. King wants to go here and play king f6 and try to focus on the h7 pawn. So king f5. Sorry, king f4. Bishop d3, knight f5. King e6, knight e3. King d6, knight g4. King d5. Oh. Is that a blunder? I'm a little confused here, guys, because now is the king not accessing this? If you go here, I play bishop here, and I'm going to play king d4, king c3, or if you try to stop me, I have king c4. Even these endgames. This pawn is on the right color. That's something to keep in mind. Is white over pushing here? As I said, bishops often beat knights in the pawn race. We need clock times. Clock times don't update at all at this stage of the game. You can just assume the guys are under a couple minutes. Okay, let me see if this is refreshed. This looks like the king invades. You can put the bishop back to g6 and the king invades. Knight e5, I play king here. Again, king is invading, then I play bishop g6, and then I just pick off these pawns. didn't. No. He didn't play it. He didn't play it. I mean, one of the reasons I think he messed this up, but they were in time trouble, is you might be worried about this endgame, but even this endgame, I think it's faster for black. Yeah, no, it's not even worth looking at. Oh, yeah. But they ended up playing a draw. He didn't quite go for that. That game is not near the top. Actually, it's a live game, so that means they're both on 1 out of 2 or 1.5 out of 2. So that was still a significant game, because not every game is being broadcast live. But so far, after 3 rounds, I can read out a few results for you guys. In this round, Carlsen did win. Aronian won. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won. Grishuk won. Ooh, is this game still ongoing? Jobava is still playing. Okay, sorry. Oops. Jobava's game is still going, and he is a fan favorite. So let us analyze that. Jobava here, though, not. He is playing with the bishop and 2 connected passed pawns against a rook, and that should be a draw. Because I believe the rook can always sacrifice for 2 pawns, as long as he wins b5. So what happened here? So Jobava is playing against Diego Flores, one of the top Argentinian players. Man, these games are like 100. The clock times don't get updated because they're like 120 move games and they're playing so quickly. This is a draw. I mean, he's playing c4. Actually, I'm saying it's a draw at the minimum for white. That if h2, I can always sack my rook if I'm worried about bishop e4 check. The idea here is, of course, bishop c4 rook before pinning the bishop to the king, and you know there's no forced way in. There's always a rook check. So 2 pawns doesn't beat a rook. But after c4, you just play here. Then it's a draw. You can't, you have to sacrifice the rook. That's just going to be a draw. Oh, I looked at. You're right. Why take b6 and not b5? Yeah, that's a draw. That's a draw. You're right. I was. That's definitely a mistake. In that last game. Did I misplay that endgame actually? If it does, that bothers me a little bit. I might have to bring it up. How did that go? This is going to be a draw. And this game, so I can correct the bad analysis I gave people. I think I was looking at this. Maybe this is precise. Doesn't change anything. No. That is a draw. That is a draw. King a4, king b6. No. King takes b5 is the move that's double pawns. So just king b5 is a draw. So that was a mistake in analysis. That's just one of the draws. There's probably other ones, but maybe that's why he didn't go for it. Still feels like black is the one playing here. I take here, but okay, draw probably makes sense. So round 3 is over. Is it over? Is that last game we saw over between Jobava? I think it is. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh man, no, that game is not over. I thought he was just gonna bail out for a draw. No, no. What happened here? What has happened in this position? These rounds are taking forever, by the way. This is gonna be like a 10-hour day or something. At least they played on further than I expected. King e3. Okay, yeah, he's tried to play for the win. Ah, very clever. Bishop e2, you know, hoping for c6, you know, then h2, and bishop f3. So for example, king here, bishop here, rook here. Taking would be stalemate, but you have this nice little maneuver. Then you queen, king f2 with a mate in a couple of moves. So they actually played on a little bit. But you cannot keep this setup. You know, I can just check. And you just can't keep that formation. Check. And this is similar to what happened in the game. Funny game, but that ended in a draw. So that is definitely the end of the round, and now I'm going to look into solutions about what I can do about the board. It's at the end of round 3 for sure. The website doesn't have that, but it looks like it is. Let me read out a few more results, and then we're going to take a break and try to set up the next position. So Magnus has recovered to 1.5 out of 3. Nakamura 1. He's going to be at 2 out of 3. Nepomniachtchi 1. Grishuk 1. Nepomniachtchi, Grishuk, and Aronian. I'd like to follow those 3 guys. Anand Drew. He's at 2 out of 3, but Aronian, Grishuk, and Nepo. I will be checking those guys. Okay. Alright, let's take a break. And I'll see if this website's fixed or figure out a new template. So I will be right back. Stay tuned. Magnus will be on a live board next round. Nak will be on a live board, but we got Grishuk, we got the Russians, and Aronian. And Magnus he still needs to win. Even though he won this round, he still needs to continue winning. So I'll see you guys shortly. Actually, I might not play. Is Sandstorm copyrighted? I'm probably not even gonna play it because of that. So I'll be right back. But I might not put any music on, unfortunately, because this is probably going on YouTube. Alright, what's up guys? I think I have a bit of a solution to stay on this template but get the games from elsewhere, just so that I can occasionally make moves. This puzzle, I hope most of you guys did figure it out. Bishop f6. Disconnecting the rook from f8. And after just rook f6. Rook a6. King anywhere. Rook takes. King has to go back. You take a second pawn and you just corral this 2 pawns and a rook. Does the job, but bishop f6 is the first move there. And if you see bishop f6, you probably got it. So now let's get to the games. As some people mentioned, round 3, Magnus was playing Diego Flores, Korobov against Grishuk, and Yu Yang against Levon Aronian. That's a very high level match that I'm actually really going to be paying attention to. So well, yeah, the puzzles I put aren't really basic, it's true, but that one I think was easier than the other ones. How many rounds today? There are 2 more rounds today, Johnston. 2 more rounds. Let me change the title. Round 4 now. And Magnus is 1.5 points behind the leaders. Let's put a few games up. So the first game here, Fresnay against Anand. See how that turned out. Some games are starting to pop up for me now, so I think I'll be able to get you the games. That's Fresnay against Anand. Queen's Gambit declined. Looks pretty boring. Where are the games that I wanted? That's weird. I was checking play chess, by the way, for the games, and play chess is taking forever. I don't understand why. I have no moves from play chess. Oh, never mind, I do have moves. My bad. Okay, I have moves. So I have the board fixed now. So okay, Carlsen's playing black. Let's get to the position. Just a slide here. Oh. I need my espresso. We did break 700, by the way. Almost got 800. So I'm gonna get another wave of energy here, as Magnus tries to win the next 2 games. He's playing Diego Flores, and he's going for the Slav. Definitely mixing up his opening choices. But I did promise to look at a few other games. In this position, Black has a couple ways of playing. You can try to castle and play for e5 at the right moment, queen e7, e5. Sometimes you can play b5, c5 is the other way, but a lot of times both plans are connected with taking on c4 and playing c5, or taking on c4 and playing e5. But I think this is coming from a different move order, so it's a very solid structure for Black, and it's gonna take a while before he actually decides to do that, because he has burned a few moves. He's not as prepared as other openings to open it up right away with spending 3 moves on those. But we're going to look at the game Yu Yang against Levon Aronian. Yu Yang, he won the Qatar Masters 2014. He's 27-30, Chinese player, and he's actually really underrated. When I mean underrated, I don't mean his rating, but how many invites he gets, and yeah, he just opportunities. He just doesn't get as much as he deserves, in my opinion. Yu Yang against Aronian. We have a D3 Spanish, kind of like the World Championship match, And unfortunately, actually, fortunately, it's rapid, so this isn't going to fizzle to a draw necessarily, unless they agree to a draw. But unfortunately, this isn't a very interesting position. This is well within theory, and I think Aronian's quite comfortable here. He's had dozens of games in this. White tries to utilize these holes for his pieces, but Black's going to challenge with Bishop E6, and it's fairly even. And theoretically, this is not considered to be better for White at all. And Aronian plays this for a living in classical events. I don't see him having too many problems. I mean, C3, D4 is one way to do it. You don't normally do that. There's other ways to play Knight C4. For example, I'll just give an example. Knight C4. Let's say you take with a bishop, bishop E6, knight D2. This would be like an example of what White wants. Knight on C4. This pawn a little bit weak. This rook can shift over to the king's side. You can play B3, and the knight on C4 is solidified there. It can never be booted out by a pawn. D5 you can always capture, and E5 is weak. This is like the small nagging edge that White likes in these openings, but I don't believe that's happened. And Aronian isn't going to let that happen easily, since he plays and he just knows what to do here. So knight C4 did happen, and bishop E6 is on the board. And yeah, expect to see knight D2. So yeah, once again, guys, round 4, Magnus 1/2 out of 3. Aronian here is on 3 out of 3. Yu Ying playing White 3 out of 3 out of 3. So bit of catching up to do, but there are 2 days of play afterwards, and still a couple more rounds today. And what you're going to see is guys are going to start making more and more blunders. You saw blunders the first 2 rounds. These next last 2 rounds of the day are going to have more, because the guys have been out playing Hall for 4 hours, and we have another 2 hours to go. But there's also breaks between the rounds, so the players are going to be there for another 3 hours, and that's a pretty long work day considering they're playing like only strong players and they don't have any easy games. So this is the current position in Aronian's game. In the game between Carlsen and Flores, let me update you there. So castle, bishop D3, knight B7. Magnus castle. Bishop D3, knight BD7, castles bishop, and now he puts the bishop back to D6 where it can support E5. And it's not really threatening anything here too. It's also annoying because when you play like Queen C7, you have to watch out for moves like knight B5 or knight D5 and the discovered attack against the bishop. So you played bishop D6, and now Flores is thinking, so they're still in the opening phase, they're playing it pretty slowly right now. Magnus has 12 minutes, and Flores has 13 minutes. In Aronian's game, we have some movement here. Aronian here has spent about 10 seconds on the game. So knight C4, take, everything happened. Now he played A5, so instead of knight D2, he played A5. Definitely in prep. There's been quite a few games in this opening, trading everything, and now knight D2. And the D6 pawn is the main attacking point, so what you might see White do is play B3, rook D3, F3, knight F1, knight E3, try to land a knight on F5 or D5, and triple up on the D file and put pressure against the D6 pawn. So a slightly preferable position. Yu Ying is very positional, definitely a very solid player. But yeah, this is going to be a long game unless he kind of relinquishes his pressure, which I don't expect to see. Yeah, rook D3, F3, knight F1. Just D6 is the only weakness to really aim for. I'm still sort of manually inputting the games, but it's a lot faster than before. Let me check the chat. Hello BJH. What's up, check raise mate? Yeah, tomorrow there's a good chance Yasser will join me for a bit. Yeah, yeah. Rook c1, h6. So you're Magnus Carlsen. You're at 1/3. You really do want to win against these guys who are rated around 2600. He played h6 here, but this game is going to open up and it's going to be sharp. Kind of like that game we saw of Namajurov's. White does want to play e4. I mean, even e4 right now has to be looked at. E4, let's say you trade everything. Knight f6, bishop b2. I don't know, c5. Let's just say this was a kind of a variation that looks logical. I think we'd all take white here. I think all of us take white here. Actually, after e4, he's not going to take on e4. He's going to trade here, and then play e5, and then presumably d5 to keep the pawn chain intact. Again, pretty double-edged. Pretty double-edged here, although Magnus would probably enjoy it being double-edged. I think he still wants to fight it out, despite the slow start. So something like b5, you see white has this protected pass pawn in the center, some more center space, but black's got a nice blockade here. He's got control over c5. Playable position. But that's certainly what white's calculating. White has not played e4 because of that precise reason. That imbalanced position. He might want to prepare it a little more. Magnus isn't rushing into e5 yet. It's queen c2 is on the board. e5, take. In these positions, these isolated pawn positions are not very good for playing for a win, necessarily. This weakness, this isolated pawn right there. So that's what Magnus has to consider if he wants to play e5, is that white can try to dry the position out by taking on d5. So queen c2 on the board, and maybe Magnus will play queen c7. Instead he's played rook e8, still making another waiting move. What you'd really love is for white to play c5. That's a big no-no for white. Then you just play bishop c7. Then you threaten e5. There's none of that stuff. Then it gets a bit more imbalanced. Let's say b4, e5, take. And then this is what you'd like. The queen and rook look silly on a blocked file, and the bishop's in towards h2. You got knight g4, queen h4 ideas. That is something that Magnus would definitely favor. White's not going to play c5. He really does want to play e4 again. He doesn't want to even trade on d5 without black committing anything, because here, again, this queen and rook aren't as useful. The c file is not forced open. Whereas, for example, let's say I play h3 and you go e5. Now when I take, the c file is opened up a lot more, and that's actually going to be a factor. So that's why white isn't, both sides are playing a bit of a waiting game here. Because if white ends up doing this, he doesn't have the c file ambitions. Now black would play knight f8, bishop g4, put pressure on here. This bishop is aimed nicely at h2. He has tactical ideas. So that's the current strategical struggle there, is how you're going to play your center pawns. The Aronian game is going very similar to expected, except Aronian is a bit of an active player, so when he defends, he doesn't defend extremely passively. He does look for active counterplay. So they went king g7, rook here, knight h5. As expected, as white, you'd love to play knight f1, knight a3, put a knight on d5, but Aronian here, he's in time to play knight f4. He might be considering rook d8 and f5 and trying to create a weakness on e4. So, for example, knight e3 here, rook d8, knight here, and it's in time. It's in time. So, for example, let's say knight d5, you can throw that in. You can move your rook back as well. But if you move your rook back at play f5, it's unclear what these two pieces are doing, because you can't get a third rook behind it, so then d6 is protected enough, and black is on the verge of making a weakness here. Knight on f4 looks pretty imposing, so knight d5 looks possible, or you just don't allow the knight to get f4 in the first place. If knight d5, something like this, again, you take back the rook to keep the file open, but f5 is coming quickly. Now the rook can defend laterally, and also he's starting to make a weakness with counterplay. So take, rook here. You can triple on it, but at least there is some counterplay against this pawn. I just don't think you should allow the knight to go to f4. So g3 makes more sense in this position. Well, actually, I'll check that line again, but the problem with g3 is I'm still not sure about how to deal with f5. Black is being very annoying and in a good way. I mean, he's doing what I think he should do. Magnus, Flores did pass with h3, and Magnus passes again with queen e7. I mean, passing, they're improving their pieces without committing e5. So that's going on there. Hansen is better than Carlsen. Thank you, Azure Dragon. I'm trying to think about what I'm better than Magnus at. Probably hockey, but not chess. Not chess. But I'll definitely find something to win at. Anyone with 2 out of 3 or more? Tons of people with 2 out of 3 or more. There's a command if you type in ! standings in the chat, it's going to bring up, prompt a link that takes you to these standings. And, you know, first place is 3 out of 3 right now. What do you guys think of the tournament so far? Do I ever stream video games? I've streamed Counter-Strike before in Age of Empires. Do I know Kurt Hansen? I know his games. I've never met him. Oh, we have movement. We have some serious movement. C5, which I said was a no-no, although the position is shifted slightly. Bishop C7 and E4. With the idea that you're not going to let black play e5. If black plays e5 here, he is going to run into cd5, cd5. Again, you can play the intermediate move here, but both sides do it, and it doesn't benefit Magnus. But after cd5, actually, this is interesting. Magnus can still go for this. Knight takes. You don't have time for rook e1 because knight f3 is a check. And if queen takes, yes, you have an isolated pawn, but you have great bishops. f4 is ugly. I can check. I can move my queen out of the way. I like that position for Magnus. And Magnus has played e5 immediately. That's double-edged, but the isolated pawn allows the bishops to be very powerful. So probably Flores shouldn't take on d5 and should pair it with the move like rook to e1. Then he's threatening there, because he wants to keep the net on d7 as long as possible so that black's bishop and rooks are stuck. That's definitely sharp. You know, who's gonna budge here? I mean, you take, I take. And this position is a nice example of why this favors white. I can take here. Bishop can't take because of knight takes and bishop h7 discover check on the queen. And if knight takes, queen takes, okay, that pawn's overprotected. You can still play this as black and try to play down a pawn with bishop e6, bishop d5, and try to claim compensation with the 2 bishops and the solid structure. But I don't think that's what Magnus is aiming for. e5. I think rook e1. And he's played rook e1. Okay, he played rook e1. Yeah, because that other line, you don't want to allow the queen and bishop ever to line up like that. You don't want to allow that. That's definitely a no-no. That just, you don't want to start seeing your opponent threaten checkmate against you. It's actually good. Yu Yang Yi's game, Aronian, Yu Yang Yi, Aronian guys 3 out of 3. Aronian trying to recover. He lost to Topalov recently, and Topalov didn't beat anybody else, so that never feels good when you lose to the guy in last place. So G3 was played, F5 happened. Knight here, king here, knight here, queen, no, rook here, knight d5, queen g7, queen e2. So this is the current position, and that's sharpened up a little bit, because now, I mean, white can double. The queen is no longer defending this. It can always move back because white's not threatening anything right now. But both sides have gained a few things. The knight's on d5 now, the rook can double, the queen is off of d1. This knight is probably aiming to move back at some point. Okay, but you still have to favor white there just because d6 seems to be the easiest point of attack for either side. So Yu Yang Yi here, the Chinese, I believe #2 player behind Ding Liren, putting a bit of pressure on Aronian, although nothing that he's unfamiliar with. And the very sharp game here between Flores and Carlsen has just had a lot of movement. After e45, rook f1, he played queen back to d8. After queen d8, Flores took on d5, took on d5, d5, knight e5, takes, rook takes, everything's been traded off. And now knight a4 was played. And I don't like that last move by Flores. But I guess his idea is he wants to play knight b6 and the rook is not going to be too good. Okay, knight b6 is already forking. Oh, no, you know what? Actually, I take that back. I was thinking that I have to think about that a bit more, but like, the reason I like this for Magnus is, let's say bishop e6, knight b6, rook b8. This knight looks annoying, but now I'm no longer threatening c6, and what I'm worried about. Okay, I guess what's very important to mention is if the dark squared bishops were off, then this is totally good for white. Queenside majority, pawns on dark squares and everything, isolate a pawn. But with this bishop on the board, I'm a little bit worried about even a move like d4 and knight d5 and bringing the queen over to the king side. I feel like this doesn't actually restrict any of black's pieces in the long run. As long as I can move the knight out of the way, I'm going to bring my queen to the queen side. I'm going to bring this rook. Yes, I had to spend a move playing rook a8 to b8. But this rook is actually going to make its way all the way over to e8 at some point. I'd love to get my queen to h4. I think there's some kind of there. I was thinking that knight e2 was more natural with the idea of playing bishop f4 and trading off the dark squared bishops. Then I think you have a lot less risk. For example, let's say I develop... See, I can't play queen c7 lining them up. I could do it, I just don't like allowing c6. And then white either gets a passed pawn or trades. Let's say now bishop e6. Bishop f4 now. And the more trades, this pawn gets weak. Trading off the dark squared bishops, I think, is a very, very important strategical goal here. It's kind of similar. This knight e2, bishop f4, similar to that line in the French Tarrasch. You're supposed to do this as white. Get rid of that. This bishop isn't the scary one. This majority is good. Get rid of the dark squared bishop. This knight can park itself on d4. I feel like that is going to end up actually being more conservative but more effective than the knight b6. So Magnus quickly played knight here, and I think, you know, when the knight goes to b6, it doesn't have another square to jump to afterwards. It actually has to go all the way back to a4, then all the way back to c3. Okay, it can go back to a4 and play c6, but I think it looks better than it actually is, and that's kind of one of those cases where you see chess players commentate, it's a bit of an artificial move. Or it's just an aesthetic move, because I'm not sure about how it functions there. I really believe black can eventually get this rook to e8, and it doesn't hinder any of black's pieces. Again, I even have ideas of either knight e4 and certain variations. For example, right now, the reason why, I'll just make a pass just to show you guys, knight e4 is even a move to be considered very aggressive, but the point is this bishop is saying you don't have time to play queen e4, and if you play a move like here, I'm you know, getting ready to play queen g5 pretty soon. Maybe bishop f4 and try to harass with the two bishops as much as possible. Queen g5, and any sort of open position is all of a sudden this knight finds itself not as good as it should be. The bishops start to take over, or actually here even bishop h3. I don't know. I think it's one of those positions that Magnus understands better than his opponent. That's the feeling I'm getting right now. Isolated pawn and everything, but I don't believe you can allow this bishop here. I really think you should trade off the dark squared bishops. The problem is bishop c3 runs into d4, and then when you move back, then knight d5, queen f6, or queen h4. This d pawn is isolated but passed and quite strong. I like black. I like black there. So he didn't play knight b6, so that's a good thing if you're cheering for white. I don't think knight b6 is correct. So instead he played queen d1. But I believe that's a little inconsistent, but the benefit is I think he's recognized his mistake. One of the reasons behind queen d1 is to be able to play queen f3, bishop f4, and on a good day you're really, really happy. Let me make a couple moves for black. You're once again getting back to the point where we realize we need to root out the dark squared bishops. That bishop on e5 is fantastic. Once the dark squared bishops are off, knight b6 is stronger. You can play knight c3, knight e2, knight d4, have a nice blockade outpost, and get ready to play c6. But this bishop is better than this bishop. This knight, not that strong. White has a small but steady advantage there. So I played queen d1. Yu Yangyi's game against Aronian. Let's go back there. What happened here? Queen e2, knight f6 was played. Rook a1, fe4, fe4, knight d5, rook d5, queen f6, rook f1, and a draw was agreed upon. Kind of expected though. As you can see here, you can play king g2. You can actually even triple if you want, but because you have a weak king and e4 is weak, you can never do anything. Let's just say, for example, queen d2. I would just make a pass. You're not actually threatening anything at all. Rook d6, take, take, take. You win a pawn, but this is at least perpetual. Queen f2, king here. I can take this pawn if I want. I can play queen f3 and take this pawn, but at the minimum I can just repeat. The king is not safe. The f file is useful. Black gives up a pawn to just get that f file. So both sides with their weaknesses. You can never really win this pawn because of the threat of queen f2. So. They agreed to a draw already. That's Aronian and Yu Yangyi moving to 3.5 out of 4. Let's go back to the game of Magnus, because I think this is a critical game. And he is now taking the initiative. So knight e4 was played. Bishop e3, queen h4. So far, I'm happy with how Magnus is playing. I think he understands the position very well. And White is going to, the lower rated player, White, Diego Flores, is going to be very, very precise now. Because he gave Magnus a move. Knight a4 is actually now especially useless, because now you don't even gain a move. After knight b6, I play rook e8 in one move. Before, you'd have to play rook b8 and then rook e8. So now this knight move is really looking stupid. It's really looking like a knight on the rim, not being effective. So at this point now, Magnus increasing his edge over Diego Flores and getting ready to prepare even some sacrifices. Rook e8, bishop takes, rook e6, even rook g6. So these sort of attacking ideas are starting to come into play here. Grishuk against Korobov is going to be the next game. We're going to now follow that game since Aronian's game is over. Let's check Grishuk and Korobov, two very exciting players. Let me open that. So this game is a draw, so we're going to end that and now follow two other leaders. Anton Korobov playing black against Alexander Grishuk, Ukraine against Russia. And this is the current position, and that is what people expect when they see these two names. Korobov loves to play, I wouldn't say weird, but his chess is sometimes pretty hard to understand. Pretty fascinating guy, and Grishuk doesn't care either. So these guys are just trading some blows here. This position, black has two bishops. White has double pawns here, but this pawn solidifies this knight, and also at the cost of white has the open f-file and a bit of a weakened king. So pretty imbalanced. I don't know what to say. I guess it really depends whose move it is, and it seems to me that it's white to move. If it's white to move, rook here, queen e7. This hasn't been played. Rook f5 looks like a move to be played, because you also want to play rook f5 to stop black from playing f5 and reinforcing the e4 pawn. Rook f5, queen e7, maybe then you double. And I like white, despite the serious imbalance here and the ugly pawns. I like this f5 square. It seems like the knight can jump in there, it controls f7, maybe you play queen b3, maybe you reroute your bishop to f5, e4 is a bit weak. But just as an example, okay, bishop c6, you have to be careful about knight c6, you can't maybe do it right away. But yeah, I mean, because g5 has been played, I don't think d4 is as much of a threat. Let me give an example. King here. Let's say I play queen b3, hitting f7. Okay, actually that's already enough. But the point that I was trying to make was black winning this pawn is not that special. Because his king, the g5, his king being safe, I'm not sure it's worth the dark squared bishop. Because now, okay, this was the actual position. I played queen c3, pinning it and preparing e3. But even if I wasn't pinning it, let's say the king was on g8. I'm not sure it's so crystal clear. I mean, there's these holes start to seem to be more pronounced than any of White's holes, and so I think that's favoring Grishuk, the player playing White. Let's get back to the current position. Actually, has he moved? He has moved. A bunch of moves happened. Actually, sorry. I don't know what to do. Carlsen's game is getting intense. Diego Flores is down to 1 minute, so we're moving to Carlsen's game. Sorry, guys. In the game between Carlsen and Flores, he's down to 1 minute. Magnus has 7. And the most recent move is Queen H4, C6. He took on C6. Rook takes C6, D4. Flores down to 1 minute. Now less than a minute. Carlsen playing in black, 7 minutes, 15 seconds. He's just played D4. And is that just a lost position here? If you move the bishop, F2 hangs. If you take here, I take with the rook. I would start with the queen, hitting the rook on C6 and also threatening the bishop. I believe Carlsen here might just be winning, and he just demolished. I think this double attack. I mean, if you throw in G3, I'll just take here. Check. Take back. Take here. Actually, check. Mate. I believe Magnus Carlsen has just blown Diego Flores off the board, despite having a slightly worse position. I think knight a4 is actually going to be the culprit. I really believe that that small move, but a very serious mistake, allowed Magnus all this activity. You need to get rid of this bishop. He didn't do it, and I think he's just completely lost. D4. Queen. I mean, that looks queen here. Bishop c6. That's bad. It says Flores is down on time here. Let me see if they're going to update it. Clock here says Flores is down on time. That looks bad. Oh, we have some moves. So after d4, queen c2, d takes e3, bishop takes e4. Rook d8 played. Rook takes a6. Queen takes e4. Okay, so bishop takes e4. They had this ready. He played queen c2 because he can't move the bishop. Magnus takes. And now instead of taking on f2, remember, white can't recapture because the bishop will then be hanging because the queen is protecting it. Magnus throws in rook d8. And rook d8 is very strong because it's threatening rook d2. And then you get to access f2 with your queen, which is even better. His opponent, low on time. But look at this knight on a4. The knight on a4, that is, it's not in the game. He takes on a6, allowing a signature finish. Magnus plays queen takes e4. Look at this guy. This was the guy who won the game that I was ranting about all along, because queen takes e4. Queen takes e4. Rook sacrificing the queen for checkmate. King can't go to h2. Magnus wins this one in 28 moves. And what should have been a slightly worse endgame, actually, or position. So Magnus now moves to 2.5 out of 4, and that's a critical win with black. He's going to have white in the final round of today, and 3.5 out of 5 is completely an acceptable score for the first day. Usually 11 out of 15, something around that, wins first place. So you can do the math, 3.5 out of 5. You got to keep up that pace, but it's definitely enough to put you near the winner's circle. D4, queen c2, queen c2, d3, bishop e4, rook d8, rook a6, queen e4, and a very, very clean game for Magnus. At first I was skeptical, but I started to understand what he was going for. It took me a while, but then I realized this isolated pawn has some potential. It actually does, as long as you get your queen going. But Flores definitely could have done some work to prevent that. He made one slip up, knight a4. That's enough to cause the whole game to go down. So Magnus wins. Let's go back to the game between Korobov and Grishuk. Let's get the current position. And what happened to get here? So, did we see rook f5? We saw rook f5 and Korobov, the crazy guy, does rook takes d4 here. I didn't see this move at all. But it's actually not even a crazy move. It's actually just we missed it. I missed it. Rook f5, you have rook d4 hitting the queen. If I take back, I take the rook. And that's what happened. So that's just the tactic. And now we have this position. It's that a pair of rooks has also been traded off. So black is not only up a pawn, but the rook on f5 is gone, so this pawn here isn't as weak. So now Korbov seems like he's in control. He's trying to trade. Oh, that's a very nice move. Rook d8, winning the file because you can't take because of queen c1 check, bishop f1, queen f1 mate. So rook g1, very conservative, queen c5. And now the next move is expected to be rook e8. But now, guys, Anton Korbov in a very, very good position against Alexander Grishuk. Here, Grishuk has not played rook e8. The reason why he has not played rook e8 presumably might be because he's considering rook d2, although rook d2 seems to be met with rook g2. But current position here absolutely favors him. So bishop e4. This is the current position between Grishuk and Korbov. And rook e8. Why is he taking time on rook e8? What is he thinking about? No, he played rook e8. Bishop d5. Rook takes on as up a pawn, rook c1. And now I'm expecting rook e2 to be played. And not only is white's king less safe, but yeah, black's up a pawn. No, this is very unpleasant. I think Korbov is on his way to beating Grishuk, which is a mini upset. A mini upset. Hello, Reveladen. So this is the sort of nagging position you just gotta hit, and the g3 pawn doesn't help because even rook endgames are very bad. Even rook endgames are very bad here because the rook has control over the second rank and the king is stuck. But guys, that was a very nice game by Magnus. Completely outplayed his opponent there. I like that one. That was the sort of game that's going to get him back on track, I think. Wasn't the hardest game, but he doesn't need to play. It doesn't need to be as complicated as it's been for him. So this is the current position. And instead of defending his weakness, I guess one thing he's considering is rook e5, keeping the pawn with the idea of rook takes e5, rook d5, bishop c6, winning. So if rook e5 works, that means you have to move your bishop out of the way. Let's say you move your bishop to b3. Now instead of, now I might play g4, fixing these pawns, f5, bring my king to g5, h4, h5, h4, f5, f4, and just controlling. Maybe he wants to keep the pawn. That's the only thing I can think about that. And he did that. Oh, okay, he did that. Okay, that's good. So Anton, instead of playing the normal rook here, he decides to be a bit more tricky. Plays rook e5, bishop f3 played, f5, king g1, king f6, and I'll tell you what, I like what he's doing. You might be like, hey Eric, why didn't black play rook e2 in that line you showed? Because he's trading off his isolated pawn for one of white's pawns. Problem is he's trying to win, and the more pawns that get traded off on the queen side, if all the pawns are on one side of the board, you have less winning chances. So 3 pawns. If you take off all the pawns away from the queen side, 3 against 2 with bishops on the board is not normally winning. Just on the same side of the board, you need you want them on both sides of the board to be able to draw the king out to one side, and then your king, goes to the side where his king presumably isn't on. You want to be able to distract it. So you want the potential of more passed pawns. So even though this is an isolated pawn, the presence of it increases winning chances in a lot of endgames. Any extra pawn matters. But I do like what Korbov is doing. I want to say, what else is going on? Any more moves there? What's up, Johnny DJ? Hello. Thanks everybody joining us. I wanted to support the stream, but then I realized he was Canadian, not taking part in Boxing Day. We support Boxing Day. You can support me. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Korbov here, waiting for a few more moves. These. Oh, there we go. There we have a few more moves. H3, Bishop D3. Grishuk is not drawing dead yet. The point of H3 is to solve G4, so now you can play King F2 without worrying about G4, and H5 is not easy to do. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like C4 being played at some point with some ideas of Rook A5 or Rook B5, but he might be a bit more precise and decide, let's continue to centralize the king. Okay, F4 is also something to take into consideration. I don't think it's necessary, though the pawns are pretty good as they are, but maybe you just bring the king in to D6 at some point, play C4. Let me add another game. So we're looking at Grishuk and Korbov, and we're waiting for some moves to be played. But we have other people in the tournament still. And I believe there's one player a lot of people forgot about. People forgot about one guy, our favorite American, Mr. Hikaru, Mr. Big Hickey. But he is on 2 out of 3. And unfortunately for fans of his, he drew. He drew as white against Amin Basim, which means he moves to 2.5 out of 4, which means him and Magnus are both on the same score. But 3 draws, not a good result for Hikaru either, especially with white. He drew here. This looks like sort of, yeah, Naka. This does not look like the position he was aiming for. I mean, for it to be so symmetrical like that. So our favorite chess.com player, not starting off well. And in the game between Grishuk and Korbov, we finally got a few more moves there, guys. Sorry about that. They are a bit slow, in time trouble. So Bishop D3, King F2 was on the board, and C4 was on the board instead of King E6. Rook C3, Rook A5, A3, Rook B5. Very nice. Very nice, and that should secure the game, guys. I missed that idea. What's easy to miss? Low on time. What did these guys miss? Sure, the rook can't defend this pawn. Can't go here, can't go here. But there's a very common idea. This bishop is anchored in by the C4 pawn. You play B4, and normally you provoke... the en passant doesn't work because then this bishop hangs. So it's an aggressive way to get out of danger. But the problem is here because F5 is there, and that's why we see another reason why it's great that he kept the pawn there. Is after rook takes here, there's B2, and there's no way to stop the pawn from queening. So now he is just going to win his second pawn, and now I think it's just going to be a pretty smooth win. So Korbov beating Grishuk with very nice technique. We see, but this whole combo had to do with keeping the C pawn. It all had to do with keeping the C pawn. None of this would have been possible without it. Here, if you go Rook A3, I take, I play C3, all of a sudden I'm happy I have the C pawn. Lots of variations like that. Yeah, so that game is over. That game is over, by the way. And to add insult to injury, guys, he didn't even take the pawn. He decided to continue showing excellent conversion, excellent blitz chess conversion. He played a very nice move that caused Grishuk to resign. He didn't take the pawn, which is a free pawn. He played a better move. And I'm not even going to make the move. I'm going to let people in the audience take a few seconds. When you see a winning move, a really good move, just make sure that your beautiful position doesn't even hold some hidden gold, you know? He just found a smooth, clean way to force immediate resignation. I really like this game. I thought he calculated well, he converted well. That's a really well put together game. Very nice. Yeah. Korobov played king e5, not allowing this king to enter. He's still going to take that. This pawn is still falling. Just a great example of why this is so much better than the other move. Rook b2. I play bishop d5. And there goes your beloved c pawn. So even though this might still be winning for black, look at bishop d5. I'm still threatening this. It's still a little bit of effort. I mean, maybe bishop d5, king here still wins, but king e5 immediately stops any. You don't have to calculate anymore. Once you see king e5, there's no more calculation required. It's just lights out. For example, bishop here, f4 check, take, either king here, or they're both met by this with check. It's just immediately done. Very nice conversion though. That seriously, pawn up endgames like this with rooks on the board. I think there was a lot of subtleties there. It wasn't. I mean, it was always a good endgame, but people mess these up all the time at the World Rapid and Blitzing. At least I mess it up a lot, and so I can. I thought it was a pretty clean conversion. So Korobov moves to 4-4. Is that first place for Korobov? Probably it is. What games are left? Let's check what is still ongoing. So remember, guys, round 4. Let's update it. Magnus is at 2.5 out of 4 now. He's trying to storm back. He beat up. He's actually, his method of storming back is not traditional. He's decided to become a conquistador, a colonialist, and he attacked Chile and Argentina. He beat lower-rated players from South America, and I think he's going to move his way back into Europe, and eventually the heart of the motherland. He's going to find himself paired against some Russians from Moscow. But right now, Magnus, he took some hits, decided to move to South America, play some South Americans, and now he's slowly moving his way back to the northern hemisphere. He's on 2.5 out of 4. Let's check on a few more games going on. Oh, this is a very interesting game. Okay. Karyakin is playing against Ngoc Trong Son, the Vietnamese number 2. I played him at the World Blitzer Rapid last year. I think it was Rapid. We drew. He's a very good speed player. He's a 2650 Grandmaster, so very decent. And the current position these guys have is an endgame, a very imbalanced endgame. Once again, Karyakin having very long games, just like the World Championship. But look at this position. Unless you're checkmating black, black's winning here. A bishop and 4 pawns is way more than a rook. I believe Karyakin here is close to losing, guys. With white. So rook a7, king g6, rook a8, rook f4. This was all played. King h7, rook b8, rook takes pawn, king e6, king g7, and he's ready to kick the king out eventually with rook e4 check, rook e5 when the king goes to f5, and then start pushing. No, this is winning for black. This is winning for black, barring a severe blunder. We were seeing upsets like everywhere. No, this is going to be another upset. I mean, Karyakin's a former World Rapid champion. We're seeing a lot of guys take hits, but it actually makes sense. It actually makes sense. There are a lot of very good grandmasters in the 2600 range. why rook h8 instead of rook g8? Because if you play rook h8, I don't mind. I'm up 5 pawns when I take here. I don't mind you winning h6. The whole point that of white is trying to keep black's king contained inside that box. Because if you win the pawn, I don't care. I get my king to f5, and now I'm never ever getting trapped and tortured and whipped again. My king is in f5. It's out of the box. You go check. I bring my rook over here. All these endgames are winning. We have 2 sets of connected passed pawns. So white wasn't going for material. He was down. He's on. It's way past that point. It's all about keeping the king stuck in that little box, in that little corner. Because once the king comes out, it's seen enough of the world. It's not ever going back into that corner. So rook here. 2 sets of passed pawns just wins itself. And this bishop's protected. It supports both pawns. It's just over. So, Karyakin though he's lost. He's lost. I don't know who's gonna win. I have to check how Nepomniachtchi did, because everybody I've picked is taking hits. But the first day doesn't determine everything. The good thing for Magnus is almost all of his rivals have taken hits. That's excellent news. You know, nobody's rushing out to 5 out of 5. And from what I'm seeing, the field is very tough. Like, the field is definitely putting up a lot of resistance against the elite GMs that Magnus will have an easier way to catch up than normal. So the current position here, he did win all the pawns. Oh, sorry. Let me get to the end. So after king to g7, rook e1 was played. Rook g3. Rook e4. h5. Rook b7. King g6. Rook b8, rook a3, rook g8, king h7, rook b8, g4. So it's slow, it's steady, but unless we see a perpetual here, there's no reason to think that this is okay for white. And black is now ready to play king h6 and try to run away. He's trying to build a bit of a maze to run his king out, if you know what I mean. And the current position, they just made a ton of moves. That's terrible. I can't catch up to that. Traded rooks. Karyakin goes here, rook g8, h4, and I think he's going to resign because the next move is bishop g5. Disconnecting the rook from the pawns, and then g2, h3. I mean, these pawns are queening no matter what. But unfortunately, there's just no way to draw. He's trying, but the technique is just solid. If you want to see the standings, just type in !! standings in chat. If you want to watch the live video, type in !! video, and you're going to see the live video of the players stressing out. So check that. But I believe Anton Korbov is the only player on 4-4 after I think in a great game against Grisha. A great game. Dynamic. He calculated well, converted well. He did everything well. Are we going to see Naka versus Carlsen? No, because they have the same points, but the ratings are too close. This is an open Swiss, so they're going to, it's going to be up and down. You don't play people close to you. So bishop g5, and then it's going to be over. I believe the game is already over, by the way. It just takes a few seconds to update, but there's certainly no draw here. Maybe he even resigned here, because bishop g5 is a threat. Other games. Let's find some other games, eh? Any questions, guys? What's going on there? Yeah, Karyakin has resigned the game. Well, the round is coming to a close then. The round is definitely coming to a close with those games. And we did break 800. That's great to see. That is good to see. I hope to definitely break 1,000 even tomorrow with Yasser. Hopefully Yasser will give some. I'll get Yasser on Gotta bug him. Remember, guys, if you guys are new, feel free to follow the channel. I'll be streaming the next 5 days, and I stream besides that. But the next 5 days, we're doing this every day. It's gonna be a lot of action, and be great to have you guys connected. I agree with some of the comments. The Follow Chess app is very efficient. It's a small app, it doesn't crash a lot, and it shows you games. If you want to watch live tournaments when you're on the go, Follow Chess seems to be quite good for specking tournaments. It's a relatively new app. I like that one. Christian Soul, thanks for the sub. Actually got a few resubs there. Thank you to Sandoz Delcid. Thank you. That's good stuff. Good stuff. So we're waiting for round 5, the final round of the day. Magnus is... He had a quick game today. That's good because a lot of the guys are fatigued. I think him and Naka probably both going to win and hit 3.5 out of 5. I think I had 3 out of 5. I think I had 3 out of 5 or 3.5 in the first 2 I played, and then I played Grishuk. Maybe I had 3.5 out of 5. I played Grishuk and then I got killed, and I fell down. I think that's what happened. But Karyakin loses 2 times in a row. Like, we got world champion contenders with like 50%. So definitely don't want to go away too much because we're getting to the point now. Karyakin, Carlsen, they do have to win. They still do have to win almost every game in the first few rounds while they're not playing 2700s. The name of the app that I saw was Follow Chess. Follow space chess. Thin, easy app. A skinny app. What's up, Darth Wager? How are you doing? So we're waiting for round 5 here, guys. A lot of decisive games. And the current story is everybody's taking hits except for Anton Korobov. Aronian's in good position though at 3.5 out of 5. I think Ivanchuk is doing okay, but I think Korobov. He's only gone 4-4, and the last game really did impress me. Also, Korobov, he's beaten Adiban, a very strong Indian grandmaster. He hasn't had a really easy way to the top. No, I'm not doing too many phone-ins just because this isn't classical, so there's actually not much time to do those things. The games are moving very quickly, so not too much on the side, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Puzzle time. You're right. Puzzle time. You guys get a puzzle now. You get a puzzle. Okay, good luck. Good luck, and I will be right back with action coming from round 5. The World Rapid Championships in Qatar featuring reigning world champion and world rapid champion Magnus, who has to make a comeback, reigning world blitz champion Grishuk, and most of the top speed players in the world, including Naka, who yeah, who many people know as the guy who beats me all the time. BRB. What's up, guys? About to start round 5. Magnus is playing Ernesto Anarkiev, 2700 from Russia. This puzzle was easy. For those who suggest knight e6, you're completely correct. After knight e6, queen f7, you win the whole board. The knight and the rook. The only line that it's easy to sometimes forget is rook takes e6, queen f7, king h8, and now the knight on g7 takes away the escape square. So queen f8, knight f8, rook f8 is a checkmate. So that was an easy one for y'all, but some of the other ones are going to be harder. I would like to also say that Ray Chileno in the chat is winning. He's winning. There's no context. The guy is winning. He's beating everyone else. He's beating everyone else with his comments. So there's a decent chance the guy's going to win a prize, maybe a free lesson or something, because his comments are really astute. I love what he's saying. I love the guy. He's right. Whatever he's doing is working. He's clearly So, have the game started? Let me know if the games have started. Other pairings. Korbov is playing Yu Yang Yi. A big matchup, Aronian Ivanchuk. We're going to keep our eye out for that one. Li Chao against MVL. Those are the first 4 boards, including Carlsen's game. Further down the list, we have Nepomniachtchi Frezene. I'd say the first 4 games are more critical, for sure. That's probably going to be enough to start. What's up, Sir Maestro? So let's put round 5. The chat. You guys are good. You guys deserve a ribbon. I'm just not going to give it. So let's create some new boards. Let's reset. I'm going to give one more hard one today. One more puzzle, probably. Remember, guys, follow me on Twitter. You see my Twitter. It's right below. It's on the screen below my webcam. Handsome Chess. See some of my social media links there. I do tweet about when I stream and things like that, in case you wanna follow me there. But let's get ready for round 5. Okay. I'm not sure the games have started yet, so we're not behind. Man, that's a long day. That's definitely similar to what I predicted. 6 to 7 hours. So about 7 a.m. Eastern to about 1:30 is probably going to be what it is every day. You got to budget about 6 to 7 hours if you want to follow every round. That's a great meme. Great meme. What games are we watching this round? Aronian against Ivanchuk. Li Chao against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I might check out board 5, which is Mamedyarov against Amanatov. Farouk from Turkmenistan. That's a good matchup. Amanatov is a very good rapid player, who some people might not know about, but he won one of the strongest tournaments of the year in speed chess this year. Magnus, we're gonna follow Magnus. I think Magnus might get on a roll. His last game might have been all he needed. Okay, the game still haven't started. That's good. We're still not behind. Hello, Shadow. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the chessbrah coverage 2016 World Rapid and Blitz Championships. My girlfriend just came home from vacay. I can't watch for 7 hours anymore. You can watch for 6 hours and 59 minutes. Do what you have to do and then watch the chess stream. Chess takes precedence. I'm gonna play a little bit of music before the next game starts, just to wake myself up. I could have played. It's kind of invitational. No, it's not. It's an open tournament, but you have to have certain ratings, and I do qualify for that. But I played the last 2 years, yeah. All my memes are saved in a text file. Where is the night core? Night core will happen at some point. Who's playing? Carlson's playing. We're going to be following Magnus. We're just waiting for the games to start. Games haven't started yet. What will I do when we hit 1,000? I don't know. Yasser will be happy. We've got to hit 1,000 for Yasser. Or more than that, actually. We gotta take over Twitch. Play bullet while I wait. I can almost do that. Do I listen to trends? Yeah. Ooh, I'm getting some compliments. Hello. Good stuff, guys. We're ready. Keep up the compliments. 1,000 viewers. Actually, this channel, we hit our record today. I've never gotten 800 viewers on my own channel. So, this is good. This is good. Good progress. Got some more work to do, but 800 is a good start. Makes it more justified when you're waking up at like 6 a.m. I enjoy it. I'm a Raptors fan. I'm a Lakers fan. I've always been really into the team, unfortunately. What's up, the vlog? Okay, I might put on another position if they continue taking a while. white to play. Tough one. Not an easy one. Go! Aram2K just subbed! Excellent. Aram2K with the sub. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to boost my mic. That's excellent to see. Thanks for the sub, dude. We want to get some more subs in here, more viewers, more energy, more memes, more trolls, more chess, more solving, more games. While we wait for the final round, and the games have started, so I'm going to save this position for later. And we're going to kick it off. Carlsen against Inarkiev. That's a cool name, eh? Ernesto Inarkiev. Ernesto. Named after the Cuban revolutionary. Seriously. And then on the flip side, the #1 Cuban player is named after Lenin. Lenin Dominguez Perez. That's kind of cool. Kind of. Oh, let me turn the music down. Sorry guys, I forgot. Okay. What's the plan with the facial hair? I'm just staying indoors. I'm just hibernating right now. I'm just hiding from society. Training a bit of chess. Okay. Why isn't this updating? The moves have begun. Magnus against Inarkiev. Magnus is white. I'm going to get the names up. Just give me a second. Magnus is playing white here. He went for e4. Once again, we're seeing him play e4 and go for tactics. It's definitely a trend. I mean, not tactics, but go for sharp positions. We're definitely seeing this sort of trend. Inarkiev playing black. And they have the Italian game. Something we're very familiar with from the World Chess Championships last month. Joko Piano. That's the name of the opening. Joko Piano. H6. Yep. Yep. And we know what to expect here. Probably knight d2, sometimes b4, but often knight d2, knight f1. The standard moves. Let's move to another board. Yes? No? Yes? I want to follow Ivanchuk against Aronian. And that is precisely what we're going to do. We are going to follow Ivanchuk against Aronian here, guys. Ivanchuk is on 3 out of 4. Aronian's at 3.5 out of 4 after drawing last round. And Queen A4 check, the most recent move. So this is some theory, I'm guessing. And the whole idea of that theory is knight c6 will be misplaced, knight d4 hits it with tempo, bishop c6 you take with the queen, and the bishop would rather be on b7, the knight would rather be on c6 or d7. I'm guessing, but this is, he wouldn't make that move randomly. I mean, absolutely, if knight takes d4, black would be completely okay, knight c3 hitting the queen, you take back, trade everything off, and this pawn is weak. Black has no problems here at all. So that's some prep they are engaging in. They're rattling off moves here. Queen a4, queen d7, Aronian, Ivanchuk, trading queens, knight takes d7, knight d4, and now knight to f6, knight cb5, blitzed out. These guys haven't spent any time. Aronian has 17 minutes. He's gained a full 2 minutes on the clock, which means he's been moving about as quickly as possible, and he's gained time. So he has some sort of nasty idea in this opening, presumably, because otherwise you wouldn't play so quickly. Yeah, so that's that game. although it's not super exciting. He might have a pull. Carlsen and Arkiev, there are the names, and here are the updated moves. Rook e1, h6, knight a3, castles, knight c2. He did this against Karyakin last month. Knight e7, the knight's going to transfer to g6. Black's going to play c6, try to play d5. Gain the center with moves like rook e8 as well. And white is also going to play moves like h3 and d4. And there's going to be a clash in the center coming up. So what happened was knight e7, bishop e3, bishop takes, knight takes, c6. This is the current position. Wouldn't be surprised to see a5 trying to fix these pawns and gain a little bit of space on the king side. But you know what? We're going to have to go for the third game in search of something really exciting. And that third game that we're looking for is probably going to be Mamadyarov's game. I want something juicy. Li Chao MVL actually might be exciting. We need to find... There we go. No, that's not exciting. That's not bad. The game between Li Chao and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Here is the current position, MVL black, Li Chao white. We have a Grunfeld. I've even played this exact variation many times. A bishop f4 Grunfeld. And white has a better pawn structure. Black has two bishops, but it's not pretty. Current theory says black is okay, but he has to suffer a little bit. And suffering in rapid chess is not the same as suffering in classical chess. It's a lot easier to break in rapid. But at the same time, it is a pretty well-known variation that despite having double pawns here, your two bishops do give you some compensation. And it's supposed to be okay. So that game is theory though. So I'm still not happy with the games we're looking at. I'm still looking for something really entertaining. So that's going to lead me to maybe Mamadyarov's game. We're going to open up a fourth game here. Going to up four hands. So Mamadjarov against Amonatov. That's on board 4. Mamadjarov is a former world rapid champion. He likes to play these systems as white, these d4 simplistic ones. And well, this one, all the pieces are on the board at least. So we have 4 games. And I know you guys might get a seizure with covering so many games, but we're trying to find something juicy here. Carlsen's game did go a5, d5, bishop b3. The question is, how is the position evaluated after d e4? Well, I evaluate this position as good for white if you were to go into an endgame because of that extra space gained by a5. Knight a5, the pressure on this bishop is better than this bishop. This pawn fixing the pawns is very effective. That would be a better version, so that is why Magnus is electing not to take on d5, let this pawn hang, at least e5 is possible. So he did play a5, and you're going to see some endgames where fixing the pawns in the color of the bishop is going to be an asset. I've been ignoring you guys in chat, by the way, because I have like 20 windows open. Okay, you guys have calmed down a little bit. Yeah, we're waiting for some moves here. But still, a symmetrical position, not going to analyze it too much. Magnus is going for a slight edge here. I think Arkiev is a guy he should really be able to punish in these positions. Arkiev's not as strong as Karyakin, and Magnus managed to still put a little bit of pressure. And we have some moves, and that definitely doesn't look good for black. d5, bishop b3, knight g6, ed5, cd5. I mean, Magnus just prepared a whole month this opening. So even though other people are good at it, he played Karyakin and they repeated it like every day. knight e7. This is what happened. d4, trying to, you know, provoke an isolated pawn. Pawns, again, once again, the pawns are on the color of white's bishop. Endgames are going to be very favorable. Knight e5, knight e7. And I'm expecting f3 here. This position looks fantastic for white. Magnus is really doing well here. This knight is great. This pawn structure is exactly what you want with the way your pieces are. The knight on e3 is very effective. It's a blockade. Puts pressure on the weak d5 pawn. a5 controls two of black's pawns. This bishop doesn't have a safe home. And f3 is going to undermine the position. What we're going to see is like a very, 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 very easy plan by Magnus that's going to yield him a pretty steady long-term advantage, I think, based on the clock situation. And strategically, I don't know what to do as black, what to target. I'm just playing defense here, and this is defense against Magnus, and these slow, slightly worse positions is not what you want to sign up for. He has no risk, assuming no risk here at all. So Magnus, we're going to see him grind. We've talked before, he's a great grinder. So we'll see what happens there. Aronian Ivanchuk. So Aronian was really hyper. He was playing quickly. I expected him to have a little something. So knight cb5, castles, e4, knight b4. Still not threatening knight c2 with the knight here, but maybe threatening knight d3, a3, knight d3, rook d1, knight c5, e5, knight d5, b4, knight a4, bishop d5, bishop d5, knight c7. So I'm trying to figure out if this is a good preparation or not by Mr. Aronian. This knight is out of play right now. Sorry, it's not out of play. I can go to c3. But rook d8 is the pressing matter. Rook d8. And now... And what I'm trying to figure out is why was Aronian so pleased to enter this variation. He was playing so quickly and doesn't look like anything to me. Doesn't look like any advantage is what I'm saying. So I'm trying to figure out if there's something in position I'm missing. Something like bishop e3 with the idea of trying to install a knight on c6. But the problem with bishop e3 is now I just move my bishop out of the way. But if you take first and then bishop e3, well then rook here is a huge pain. Looks totally fine for black. Aronian, I'm not sure what he's up to there. To be h. And here Magnus has played f3, getting ready to dismantle that center construction. f3, waiting for Inarkia, but if I tell you the time, Magnus is now up 2 minutes on the clock, but I think just visually, it looks like f3 is going to undermine the center. d5 is either black's going to have to take back with a pawn and allow this bishop more room, or take back with a knight and accept an isolated pawn. Not a nice decision to have to make. Oh, Aronian did have something flashy, guys. My bad. Rook d8, and he throws in knight f5. Guys, if I tell you how much time is on the clock, you'd be sick. Aronian is at 16 minutes. Remember, you start with 15 minutes. It means he still hasn't thought. I mean, he's thought a few seconds, but he's up on time. His opponent has 8 minutes, Ivanchuk. He's doubled his time, and he's still blitzing. He's still playing instantaneously. He immediately played knight f5. And I think that is the point of the prep. And that is disgusting. That is nasty. So Aronian here had some really deep prep. He's the only player I've seen in the event who's at 16 minutes, 21 moves into the game. That's pretty gross. Knight f5, and the point is, after e takes f5, which is probably going to happen, knight d5, white can definitely claim a bit of an advantage with his centralized knight. This knight's a bit offside. He has an immediate threat. He can definitely claim a bit of a better endgame. He wants to, play maybe bishop f4, rook c1, but this centralized knight has some control, especially because black can't attack it very easily because rook d7 with the idea of doubling up runs into knight f6 check. But he hasn't thought. I mean, it's not like this is a really popular line that everyone knows theory, and I actually haven't seen this before. So he had specific preparation here that he hasn't used. And I'm not sure who it was intended for, but it's landed on poor Vasily Ivanchuk. So let's check back on Magnus. Actually, they made a couple moves here just to give some context. Knight f5, e takes f5, knight takes d5, rook d8, bishop f4, bishop d8, maybe h4 here to stop g5. g5 is sometimes an idea because then you can take e5. Maybe you play h4 and then rook c1, but I mean, even rook c1 right away. I'm not sure how much you want to play g5 as black, but in case you're worried as white, just play h4 first. It gives your king some more room as well, gain some more space. h4. And then rook here. God, I really like white's position. That knight, really annoying, very cramped position for Ivanchuk. Aronian's at 3.5 out of 4, so he can tie for first, presumably, with the win, unless Korbov stays at 100%. So, off to Magnus, here we go, and we have some tactics. After f3, his opponent played bishop e6, Magnus took, knight takes and uncorks, knight takes d5. And the whole idea is, if knight takes, you're up a pawn. If bishop takes, queen takes, c4, the queen doesn't have any squares left on the board to protect it. You're going to be up a pawn, you're going to take it back. And if black throws in this move, you can always still throw in this move. So no matter what, you're going to be up a pawn. So, oh wait a second, did Magnus blunder? Wait a sec. No, maybe he didn't. Maybe he has queen g4 there. So I'm going to show you what I'm referring to. So this all happened. Take, c4, queen e6. So who calculated deeper? Magnus took, and now f6. And the knight is pinned. So the move that I was looking at was queen to g4. Because if f5, the knight's no longer hanging, I played queen h3. You can't take the rook because of the queen. And if you move the queen away, but this is the problem, if you move the queen away, I don't know where to put my rook. One of the problems is f4 and h4 look a little bit loose, but I need to keep it on the fourth to protect this pawn. But if you don't play queen g4, I think there's nothing. If you play d5, oh, okay, I was hallucinating there. If you play d5, there's queen f5. I was about to say queen b6 check. So, no comment. I was about to suggest that. But d5, queen f5, hits the rook, hits the knight at the same time. I don't see a way to stop both. So Magnus is thinking a little bit here. I'm trying to figure out if there's something else missing, though, after queen. See, the point is, if queen g4, you can't take back with the rook because you're not saying. If you take back here, f5's not a threat because knight's hanging. So there's no time to play f5, then white's okay, he's just going to be winning. But I think queen g4 is forced. I don't know who calculated. These guys are playing pretty quickly for a sharp position, but I don't see any other move because this runs into this. It's a double attack. Knight and the rook. Magnus has played queen g4. That's the only move. And now Inarkiev is almost forced to play f5. But after this, queen d6. See, I was looking at this variation, rook h4, g5, rook takes, queen takes, check, king here, and black is winning because the piece and he covers h8. But the issue with this variation was that, yeah, c5, queen d5, and it's the same thing. So what do you do in this position? If you play c5, again, I play queen d5, but if your rook doesn't stay on the fourth, I'm actually going to play g5. I'm actually just going to come right at you. Queen d4 is with check. I mean, maybe I have to do this. That doesn't even do it. Like, again, I'm actually not afraid of this move. Actually, maybe I should be. I was worried about g5, but now the more I look at it, g5, probably rook f2, and in this position, white has lost his extra pawn, but black's king might be a little bit weak. But that's, I wouldn't be surprised if they enter something like this. You need to move the queen out of the way. Okay, maybe you can throw in a rook move first. But queen d6 is what I want because I want to put pressure on d4 and threaten the rook. And yeah, this variation, not clear to me why. Yeah, it's not clear to me. Like, they have to be a bit precise. They definitely have to calculate. If they play this quickly, they're pretty beastly because there's a few nuances there, a few move orders, and very easy to blunder. But I expect this line for sure, and it's happened. That has happened. Queen h3 is now on the board, and we're going to stick with this very sharp position. No, you can't start with any sort of queen d6 before f5. I'll just play knight g6. And you don't end up being up a pawn. Retaining your pawn. Winning it back, I should say. And this is with check. So f5, queen h3 on the board. We're going to stick with this game because it has sharpened up. Aronian is still trying to torture Ivanchuk in his opening prep. So it's a bit inappropriate for us to watch. We're going to stick with this. Queen h3, and I think Inarkiev is absolutely calculating queen d6 and those sharp variations that follow. Queen d6, you play rook f4. This looks like maybe the best variation that Magnus would go for. g5, the reason I'm edging towards g5 is those lines that, yeah, I'm actually picking up the d pawn. If I don't win the d pawn, let's say I make a move. If you let white consolidate, he's in effect pretty much up 2 pawns. He's up a pawn. This pawn already controls these 2 pawns. He's got a fantastic knight. I just don't think you can allow that to happen. Whether it's rook d1, maybe it's rook d1 now, maybe it's c4 first. It feels like this pawn is worth enough that black can't afford to allow these pawns to stay like that. I mean, like this move, rook d1. I don't think you can allow white to consolidate. Doesn't seem correct. So he definitely has to be very precise here because he could easily find himself in a lost endgame. Those center pawns are very, very good. After f5, queen h3, Inarkiev played knight c6. And yeah, this is a game we all have to put our thinking caps on and calculate. That's what these guys are doing. It's not so much positional understanding, it's really just maneuvering the complications. So knight c6, again, knight's pinned. That's a good move, but there's still no threat. So I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, you can play rook e1. And if knight here, maybe white decides to now just move out of the way. Although, I just realized now if I move out of the way, knight c4 is saying. Not super easy. And now when this pawn goes away, queen b6 is possible. So knight c6, confusing move. I mean, not a bad move, confusing position. Because now, again, if the rook moves, then this knight is actually hanging. At least the extra pawn is gone. Now there's no more ideas of this because take, take, takes. Black is better even. This rook is very silly. The pawns are loose. King is wide open on g1. So This poses a few questions, and again, rook e1 looks very natural to end up being like, look, I'm going to get my pawn back, but the pawn you're going to get is your a pawn, and I'm going to relieve myself of all the threats. Well, the problem is here, maybe it's not a problem. Maybe I should just play b3 and just, no, see, even b3, I might even run into this move, this weird looking move. I just don't know, I mean, an in-between move. I can't move the knight anywhere effective, you know what I mean? Like knight f3, knight d3, knight... No, I can't move it anywhere. So even though the pawn spin is a bit annoying to play around. So Magnus has to think a bit here. And if he doesn't retain that pawn, he definitely has no advantage. a5 could be weak, his king could be vulnerable. And black is going to continue in the next couple moves. What is black threatening immediately? Black is threatening knight takes d4. So for example, king h1, knight takes d4. And any sort of endgame like this isn't going to be very good for white. It's holdable, sure, but it's not going to be better. Even material, a5 is going to be weak. You're going to have to play b4 at some point, but you're both sides are the same. 3-2, 2-3, rooks on the board, very high drung, probably not much room to outplay your opponent without any permanent weaknesses. So after knight c6, I'm still yet to find a really accurate move that maintains his advantage. d5, queen e7, and this is all tactics heavy, but the rook is now hanging and the knight is hanging, so this wins material for black. Not much to say, yeah. So this is a sort of tactical. These are the tactical themes that he has to deal with here. Tobias, in that variation I was proposing, if knight here, rook here, knight takes b3, knight takes b3. You say queen takes b3. Now I take your rook. So he played rook. What did he play? Very tough position. Actually, I don't know who. Aronian has 12 minutes to 2 minutes there. I don't know who came out ahead in that sort of exchange. So he's played rook d1. Knight takes a5 could be played. And what do you do here? What do you do after knight takes a5? Is there a move I'm missing? Because I'm once again concerned about knight c4. My queen has to stay on h3 to keep this pin. I move my rook away, knight c4. And again, I'd love to have d5 available, but queen b6 check is really hurting me. So after rook d1, d1 is on the board, and he spent 4 minutes on it. I don't think he's that happy about it. He spent 4 minutes. That's a huge chunk of time, considering you only have 15 to start with. Is there a move being missed by me here? Because I don't know how to defend against knight takes c4. Unless it's rook e3. Rook e3 defends against knight c4, doesn't it? Knight c4, d5. And there's no queen b6 because the rook defends, and then I can just simply pick up the knight. And if rook here, I can play rook c1, b5, b3. And the two, yeah, this is winning with queen b3 check on the way, winning the knight. Rook e3, that is hard to see. I believe that's his plan. I'm trying to figure out, because that's why I didn't want to play rook d1. It looks the most natural. You relieve your pressure, you play practical, because you don't want to spend 10 minutes on the clock trying to hold on to this extra pawn. You give it up, keep the center pawns, keep the pressure. And I think rook e3 is that sexy move that he's looking for. Because now, yeah, if queen b6, there's no threat. Now I play b3. It's all. So I think that is the idea. That's difficult. That is difficult. These guys are putting in a lot of work. These guys are putting in a lot of work. What move was played? He played rook d8. He's continuing the pins. Yeah, I guess in that last variation, there is this move. I don't know how to evaluate it, but it probably is good for black. Because unfortunately, this isn't in time. The two pawns aren't quick enough. But in case white doesn't want to go for this, he should probably just maybe consider just taking and playing d6. Hard to evaluate these positions. I don't even know. These guys, but Inarkiev didn't take. He played rook to d8, and the pins continue. Rook d8, both sides. What is the time situation? Magnus has 8 minutes, and Inarkiev has 1 minute. And I'm actually way behind the official thing. So after rook d8, now he takes. Queen takes. Rook e7, queen c4, queen c3, trades everything. Even material endgame, although because this controls two pawns, that should be a little bit better for white. Rook takes, rook here, rook here. Rook b1, rook d7, king f2, rook c7, rook b3. That's the current position. Magnus has 8 minutes, Inarkiev has 1 minute. But the variation that I looked at, I'm not sure what the issue was, because here white's the one pushing. He has 2 pawns controlling 1. He's gonna put his king to d3, and he's gonna have essentially these guys who can run down the board. This looks like an extremely good endgame for white, because even though it's even material, he's playing with an extra pawn because of this pawn being controlled. These 2 pawns being controlled by 1 pawn. Whereas, by the way, Aronian just blew Ivanchuk off the board, it looks like. But this endgame is not fun. You get your king over to d3, and you just push. And you can just push or just push, depending on how you want. You can also use, once your king goes to d3 to protect this pawn, this rook can go up to b6. You have a much more active rook, and you have a better pawn structure. That's a very good endgame for Magnus. So Inarkiev decided to play f4, king f3, g5, king e4. This is going downhill very quickly. Nice sample variation is king e6. I could go check and the king has to move back, but I can also just play check, king here, bring my king over d3, play c4, play rook b6, then c5. Actually, rook b6, rook h6 is immediately winning. Just that's Inarkiev played f4 knowing it might be losing. This is going downhill very quickly, so it's possible that he should have done the variation that I thought was critical, but I couldn't calculate it all, so I don't know. I might be actually just missing something there. And these guys have to make quick decisions. They can't second guess too much. So this is what's happened on the board. But if we just see visually, I mean, this d pawn with the king is already a pass pawn. Black has to work a lot to get a pass pawn here. Magnus is on his way to winning and moving to 3.5 out of 4 right here. His centralized king, well-supported pawns should be good. But it's all about the a5 pawn fixing these two. It's really giving a big boost. This is this is very easy to convert, and that's why when you see the time situation, Magnus has 8 minutes and Inarkiev has 1 minute. You can tell who felt more comfortable in those complications. I thought Black was more comfortable because he sacrificed the pawn, and he seemed to have active play, but it seems like Magnus checked, king here, push there, push, rook e3, king d4. I mean, I think there's a bunch of ways to win. I'm not even sure that was the cleanest way, to be honest with you. But I can't really question Magnus in his conversion. I don't think this was necessary. I don't know what the rush was, why you couldn't just do it naturally, but okay. I'm a little bit confused as to why he went for this route. If rook here, I think it's okay, but I don't know what was wrong with just bringing the king in right away without even sacrificing a pawn. I thought that you wouldn't want to push white's king to h5, black's king to h5. I thought here you just push your king up, like this, and force them to spend a tempo on the king, and then you just push, and you don't sacrifice anything, right? But I guess as long as it's winning, I can't question it. But it feels like black has to play king h5 anyways, whereas rook b6 doesn't do anything. I played king here, prepare d5, d6, but rook b3 might win on the spot. But Magnus, his endgames when he's winning are extremely good, so as I said, I can't really question him, especially because it probably wins. But it's not my first inclination to play the way he did at all. But rook b3 and Inarkiev resigned, presumably because after this move, I think you play king up, and black cannot make a passed pawn. So for example, g4, d, and I push, and you can't make a passed pawn with the rook on the third. Yeah, I mean, it's a resignation. It's actually clear that this wins on the spot, but it takes, yeah, that's an example. At least I think they're both winning, so. But Magnus won very easily. I think this game would have been more competitive. I haven't run it with an engine, but I guess black was in severe time trouble, which wasn't a factor, because I think he could have taken a pawn. Let's go to some other games. Magnus moves 3.5 out of 5, officially beats Ernesto Inarkiev. It seemed comfortably. Maybe the position looked balanced, but somehow he was a lot more comfortable playing it. So let's move to some other games. Let's check what else is going on. Aronian beat Ivanchuk. Mamedyarov against Aman Atov. That game is exciting. Okay, so let's copy game. But that last game, Magnus on the final round, he had stamina. Some people are playing, a lot of people are making draws in the final round of the day because they know they're tired. Here, Mamedyarov against Amanatov. Let's go to the current position. A rook for 2 pieces, very imbalanced, but white's king is safer, and white has 2 pawns and a rook for it. That's 7 points for 6 points, plus it's an endgame. Rooks get stronger against 2 minor pieces in an endgame. So this is definitely favoring Mamedyarov, and you see just this king is just not very happy. I might play queen b5, maybe queen a6. If I pick up a 3rd pawn, then that's game over already. Of course, the plan is queen b5, e6, holding this bishop. But I feel like, just slowly inching towards black's king, you can maybe find the slow way. And in worst case scenario, I'll just want to give an example. You're going to get 3 pawns for the piece here, and none of these pawns can become passed pawns. So this, not right now, but this sort of imbalance, only white can win with 2 connected passed pawns on the queen side, and his queen can maybe penetrate on the dark squares. This guy's weak. So that's like a bailout. If you can't make any progress, you can actually transition from a rook against 2 pieces to 3 pawns against this bishop, which isn't the best bishop in the world. It's solid and everything, but it's not it's not going to hurt white. Current position though, Mamedyarov, by the way though, yeah, he is a player in Rapid, former world Rapid champion, and he's had a fantastic year in chess overall. So expect him to. This is big. So what happened here was after he did go queen b5. Amanatov played e6, queen e2, king g7, queen g4, trying to attack this weakness over there. He waited for e6 so the queen was no longer hitting g4. King g7, queen g4, queen e7, and now rook b5. Because the queen is now overloaded defending this, it's not going to easily stop this rook from penetrating, although this rook has a long way to go before it finds... I mean, it's not going to b7. Can't take here. It can't go to b8, but it might want to go to b6. I'm trying to figure out where that rook is going, but as it is, I believe he's getting close to... He's trying to provoke a blunder. This queen has to stay here. So black has to move another piece. Because if the queen goes here to protecting the pawn, then you go rook b7. So Amanatov is going to have to play with these two pieces. This knight's stuck. This bishop is not immediately stuck. But you feel like the pressure's coming in. In fact, if the bishop moves, there's this rook g5 move, disconnecting the queen from the pawn. So position is on the verge of collapsing here in this game. But what happened instead is after queen f6, he did do queen f6. He allowed check. He puts his king to h6, says no, king is fine on h6. Rook b5 happened again. The guys are just making some quick moves to gain time. King back to g7. Now rook c5, king h6, queen h2. Mamedyarov trying to provoke a blunder. No blunder there. So now he's probably going to transition back over to the queen side and potentially look towards either sacrificing the rook for 3 pawns or just to show this variation. He might even be looking at this sort of sacrifice, a pawn sacrifice with the idea of, hey, if knight takes, queen takes, I get the extra passed pawn without sacrificing rook, or I just fully sacrifice a pawn. With a takes b4, I push this pawn to a5. Black plays b3, a6. This is obviously a very risky variation because it gives a passed pawn here, but it gives this passed pawn without sacrificing the rook. So that might be a variation he might be transitioning towards under good circumstances. He's not going to rush into it. It's only white who can play for a win here, but black holding steady so far. Let's see any updates there. No, queen e2 is the last move on the board. Let's change the score for Magnus. He's at 8.5 out of... Sorry, 8.5. What is that? 8.5 doesn't make any sense in any world. He has 3.5 out of 5. I think 8.5 is subconsciously, if Magnus wins every game tomorrow, he has 8.5, and I'm like, maybe it's deja vu. Magnus 3.5 out of 5. All right, current position here. So queen e2, queen d8, queen a6, queen d7. Still looking for that breakthrough. Queen a8 might be one of those ideas. This knight can move anywhere. It can attack the queen, but there's always this queen h8 or queen f8 check. And one of the ideas with this move is I want to be able to play rook b5 and rook b7. So for example, king here, then I play rook b5. And then there's knight a7. Then I regret what I just said. That's a cute move, actually. There's also, of course, knight takes d4. Okay. Well, I feel like there's something, but he is going to have to time it well. Black is... This bishop on d5 holds everything together quite nicely. So for example, king here. Now the queen doesn't have any entry squares. That is annoying. This move or this move, they're both annoying. Rook b6. No, I can't. Don't know what. Still looking for that breakthrough. Let me know if you have any ideas there. Korobov has won. He's in clear first with 5 out of 5. That is news, guys. Anton Korobov defeating Yu Yangyi. He had white. He's clear first with 5 out of 5. Aronian demolished Ivanchuk. They were both on 3.5 out of 4. So Aronian's at 4.5. And got to check on a couple more games. I'm really thinking, though, that earlier idea, I really think at some point you do sacrifice the rook for the knight and pawn and play that imbalance. Let's check this game. Whoa, 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 okay. What did I miss here? Queen back to e2. No. Queen a6. Queen d7. Queen e2. The moves come so quickly. Queen d8. Rook b5. Knight b4. Is that playing for a win or something? Queen g4. Knight d3. I'm taking it from the official website because it's hard to catch up. H takes g3, queen g3. Knight going to d3 doesn't look right. It looks like black is taking risk now instead of his fortress. e5, h4, with the idea of you take on d4. This queen g5 check. Bishop c6. Queen g5 played. Queen g5, h5, king g. Ooh, king h5. Rook a5, e takes d4, and this is the current position. And I guess the reason he played king h5 is like he's going to king walk all the way to f3. So for example there, I'm going to king walk to f3. Ballsy, very ballsy. d5 here, rook here, bishop here, here. Well, that's just not in time, is it? That's not in time. Feels like it's losing. I mean, it is, after all, 3 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces. But his knight, he no longer had a sort of a fortress set up, so this isn't particularly surprising. But instead, Mamedyarov took on e5, and now he played b3. He did not recapture. He just played b3. Huh. Black has 2 minutes, white has 30 seconds. Other notable results: Li Chao drew. Alexander Grishuk won to move to 4 out of 5, which is a very, very good score. I mean, like 4 out of 5 is 3.5 to 4 out of 5. The guys aren't going to be too unhappy with, because usually the first days they're bad. Like the winning score is often like, you know, I said around 11. 11 out of 15 means about plus 7. 7 wins, 8 draws. So 7 wins, you know, ahead. So if you win 2 today, you win 2 tomorrow, then all you need is 3 on the last day. It's still a tough score, but it's within the range, the sort of pace. You just need to win one of those games you drew. So winning 2 or 3 per day is sort of the pace. You'd love to do more on the first day because you get easier pairings, but it doesn't take you out. You don't want really anything lower than that, though. Of course, though it's early to talk about. So here, king g4, rook a6 on the board, bishop d5. I expect you would like to take this pawn, and this is a variation that needs to be calculated. Rook here, and now bishop b3. I wanted to go d3, but the rook just takes the pawn. And you can't take back with the rook, you take back with the pawn. It's a little annoying. It's a little annoying. I don't like getting checked like this. I don't like letting the knight penetrate. If you really want to self-mate yourself, you're the sort of person who likes Spain, you play king h1. I play bishop here. You play a5. You play I play bishop here. You play h6, and I play king here. That's for people who enjoy self-mating themselves. It's one of the quickest ways to ensure you're going to lose the game. But there's not really a mate here, but there could be like annoying perpetual ideas like check, here, check, here, check, here, and at some point trying to set up something. I don't think it's actually there unless white actually decides to hurt himself, but you're running out of real estate real soon, although it may still be enough. So current position here was rook a6, bishop d5, a5 played, ignoring it, king f3, rook d6. So it is sharpening. It is absolutely sharpening. And if, well, is this how he wanted to convert it? Takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, a6, and I guess there's no way to stop this from queening. So Mamedyarov can afford to give away these pawns if he queens that a pawn quickly, and I guess that's his idea, eh? So what happened was rook d6, knight b4, a6, king e3, a7, bishop a8, and now rook takes g6. With the idea, I'm just going to go here and queen. So let's look at a couple of variations. King d2 to try to push this pawn down the board, rook here, let's play bishop c6. One of the really annoying problems is white can continue just harassing this bishop until it runs out of room. And this is a clear problem because rook takes c6 is a threat. If bishop d5, rook d8 pinning it, and I'm going to take on c6 and queen. If bishop b7, rook b8, and again, now I'm winning a piece. So you actually don't have enough squares on the board. And that might actually be how the game is going to end. That there is no safe space. It's not that white wants the queen. He actually wants to remove this bishop, sack for the bishop, and then queen. And there's nowhere to go. There's 3 squares. None of them are safe. Although, yeah, check, of course. Check. Okay. That's going to be over. That is going to be over. You don't mind sacrificing your bishop for the pawn, just to show you guys an example. I mean, it probably actually still wins for white because this pawn is so advanced. But this, you know, then e2, and then knight d3 covers it. You're winning because of this, so it's probably winning either way. But he's going to get a queen if he wants. This one's over. This one's over. Rook d8. Happened first, knight d3. a1. Take. e3. Rook here. e2. And I believe this move is about to be played. Okay, finished a little bit differently, but the result not in doubt. He just pushed. He did this to try to block, although it doesn't change anything here. Check. King moves, take, and queen. Mamedyarov wins. He moves to 4.5 out of 5. No, 4 out of 5. He did lose to Fresnay in round 2. So Mamedyarov's on 4 out of 5, Carlsen 3.5, Grishuk 4 out of 5, MVL 3.5, Aronian 4.5, Korbov 5. So Mamedyarov has to be happy with his first day. 4 out of 5 is a good score. I think those guys are happy. 3.5, you can do a bit better. Obviously, Magnus started off badly, but 3.5 still keeps you in the mix. The guys behind that are really going to suffer the tie breaks. They're gonna have to kill tomorrow. Otherwise, it's one of those cases. It's a big event. So I played a couple of years, and no matter what my score is, there are other people with my score. So I think last year I was +1. So after 15 games, I had 8 out of 15. I think there was like 20 people with 8 out of 15. So I could say I'm tied for 40th in the world or something, or we were actually 40th to 60th place. And whoever had the toughest event probably has the best tie breaks. So that's a 20 place difference potentially, even if you have the same score. between, but it really matters not at the top because it's a difference of the medal. You had the same score, but because you lost in the second round and your rival lost in the fourth round, well, you had a couple rounds of easier opponents, and that's going to reflect in the final standings. So it still matters how you start. Thanks, the Moocher. Thanks for tuning in. Carlsen is going to come back. He's a 2,900 player. Whether he wins or not is still completely speculative. His last two opponents didn't put up a lot of resistance. In Arkiev, this game, it was a sharp position, but somehow he was not handling himself well there on the clock. To have 1 minute against 8 against Magnus, I don't think anybody should be putting themselves in that position. It's not like it was a really one-sided game. It was very sharp and tactical, and it looked very interesting. But to have 1 minute against 8, you're going to make a mistake. That was not. And then his other opponent, he beat. But we can't take anything from these games and apply it to how he's going to play against his rivals tomorrow. He hasn't played any of his serious contenders. Korobov, though, making a serious impression. So just to sum up some more results, big story from the Netherlands is Benjamin Bok moves to 4 out of 5. He has beaten Melkumian, Akopian, he drew Dominguez, he drew Bu Shengzi, now he beat Polish number 1, Radoslav Wojtaszek, to move to 4 to 5, and every single one of his opponents was higher rated than him. So that's a big story. Let me see some other ones. There's still some games going on. There might still be some games going on. Let's see. But yeah, tomorrow we're definitely going to see probably a more informed Carlsen, but also against informed opponents. So we don't know. But his first two games, if he has anything like that tomorrow, he's out of it. Like if he starts off badly tomorrow, there's no chance. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He still doesn't have a lot of room for error because of his poor start. And he got outplayed by guys a lot, let's say, not as good, like significantly weaker than guys like Rishuk or Anand or MVL or Naka. Like he still has to play all of the Sharks. In progress right now, there's 2 games in progress. No. The last 2 games are on the lower boards. They're about to finish. So to sum up round 5, remember guys, you can type an exclamation mark standings to get a link to the standings. But Carlsen won, Vichy won. Vichy won, which puts Vichy, I believe, at 3.5. Vichy will be at 3.5 out of 5, same as Magnus. Nakamura won to put him at 3.5 out of 5. So Dominguez won, I believe, to put him at 3.5 out of 5. So some of the big names did win the final round against good opponents to catch up there. Nepomniachtchi won against Fresnay. So 3.5 out of 5, yeah. Pretty much every contender has at least 3.5 out of 5. We haven't seen anybody bomb it yet. Except Karyakin. Karyakin has lost twice. And he drew against a 2400. So Sergei Karyakin, former world rapid champion, rated over 2000 in rapid chess, has lost twice today and drawn. So he's at 2.5 out of 5. He's very close to being eliminated from the tournament, from winning the tournament. He is by far the strongest case of that out there. Yeah. And that was a storyline. How is he going to play after the World Championship match? Is he going to show improved chess? Or is he going to take a classical event? I don't know. But that has to be very disappointing. 2.5 out of 5 is a very, very poor start. So those are some statistics from round one. Sorry, the first day of the World Rapid Championships. If you join me tomorrow, there's actually a decent chance Yas or Sarawan will join. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did like it, then definitely, try to come by other days. We want to get more numbers, get more energy. Tournament's going to get more exciting because, the first day is mainly jostling for position. Tomorrow, people actually get eliminated, and then the final day of the Rapid, it's a 3-day event, is just mainly a small group of players fighting for first. Thank you to Hey Cutie Boy with a sub and RM2K. Thanks for all the new subs so far. You do get some benefits, so keep that up. Probably put this. Ooh, I should take that white to play thing off. I'll leave one more position though. Actually, we're not going to finish the broadcast, but we're done round 5. And your final position of the day is a tough one because you guys just watched. You didn't have to do a lot of work. So your final position is white to play and win with full variations. There's going to be calculation required. White to play and win this position. Remember, check out the Twitter, YouTube channel, which is chessbrah. Got a lot of content up and running recently, and we have 4 more days of this tournament to follow. And if Magnus keeps this up, a lot of highs and lows, should be good. Should be good stuff. But this is the final position I'll leave you guys with, and maybe I'll check back tomorrow on it. Thank you, high five guy. What did I just say? Hey cutie boy, I called your sub out already. Thank you for subscribing. Thanks to everybody for subbing and following the channel. Good numbers so far, broke some records, but we're gonna go even bigger tomorrow. So keep this position in your head. It's white to play and win. Thanks guys for watching. I will leave this on for about a minute, and I'll see you guys tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central European time for some more fast and furious action here at the chessbrah channel. See you guys soon.